Next item on the agenda,
What the motion was.
item C, Mr. Maes, President of the Ranchos Neighborhood Association, Appellant, will appeal the September 12, 2018 decision, Taos County Planning Commission, which was filed for the record of the Taos County Clerk on September 26, 2018. The decision approved the Taos County Special Use Permit, SUP-04-2018, submitted by Alex R. Abeyta, Abeyta Engineering, Inc., referred as the agent representing Chad Merchant, doing business as Via Real Estate LLC, 7B Building and Development Applicant, which is referred to as the applicant, to build an 8,400 square foot commercial building to operate family dollar store on 1.433 plus acres of property subject to special use permit at 1800 Paseo Del Pueblo Sur. Pleasure of the commission to continue with that agenda item right now or take a break for nourishment, nutrition, and clearing the head. If we did till Commissioner Romero has to run to his house real quick and back, can you do that in 45 minutes? See everybody at 1:30. If I need a motion.
So moved. I'll second, Mr. Chairman.
Clerk, call the roll.
Commissioner Romero?
Yes.
Commissioner O'Donnell?
Yes.
Commissioner Blankenhorn?
Yep.
Vice Chair Gagos? Chairman Bender?
Yes. Good afternoon, everyone. Motion to the commission to open the meeting.
So moved. I'll second, Mr. Chairman.
Clerk, call the roll.
Commissioner Romero?
Yes.
Commissioner O'Donnell?
Yes.
Commissioner Blankenhorn?
Yes.
Vice Chair Gagos?
Did we get Mark on the line yet?
Chairman Bender?
Yes.
Mark, you did?
Right, Mark?
Mark?
Okay, we can talk about him since he's not here. Okay, everybody that wasn't here this morning that snuck in now, we go to the end of the line. Okay, item C. David Maes, President of the Ranchos Neighborhood Association, is the appellant on the appeal of the September 12, 2018 decision of Taos County Planning Commission, which was filed for the record of the Taos County Clerk on September 26, 2018. The decision approved the Taos County Special Use Permit, SUP-04-2018, submitted by Alex R. Abeyta of Abeyta Engineering, known as the agent representing Chad Merchant, doing business as Via Real Estate LLC, the applicant to build an 8,400 square foot commercial building to operate a family dollar store. The 1.433 acre property, which is subject to the special use permit, is located at 1800 Paseo Del Pueblo Sur, also known as the Mexico 68 Ranchos, a.k.a. Mr. Vigil.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, thank you. I will yield to Mr. Rudy Penrod, Senior Planner, who facilitated this application.
Good afternoon, Rudy.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Before I begin my brief presentation, I would like to enter into the record these exhibits. Exhibit 1 will be the applicant's packet, which you have in your packet as well. And then Exhibit 2 will be a combination of the official record of the Taos County Planning Department regarding the special use permit, and also the record of the appellants. So you also have that in your file as well. And Mr. Chairman, by reference, I would also like to incorporate into the record the DVDs from the July 11, 2018 and September 12, 2018 Planning Commission meeting DVDs, which are on record at the Taos County Clerk's office. So Mr. Chairman, with your permission, I would like to hand these over to the clerk now before I begin my presentation. Thank you.
You may.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, this appeal, which was filed by the Ranchos Neighborhood Association, This was the appeal of the decision made by the Taos County Planning Commission at their regularly scheduled September 12, 2018 meeting. Mr. Chairman, as you referenced in your description of this application, this is for a family dollar store to be located at 1800 Paseo Del Pueblo Sur in Ranchos, a.k.a. Mr. Chairman, as referenced in your packet and commissioners, the appellants have complied with all the applicable public notification requirements that were required of them as referenced in Article 6 and Article 9 of Taos County's land use regulations. So, Mr. Chairman, with that, I stand for any basic questions before I turn it over to the appellants.
The actual appellant is Mr. David Maes.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
In the appeal, there's also comments and stuff from Ken Manning. What part does he play in the appeal?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, he's a member of the Ranchos Neighborhood Association.
Okay.
Yes.
And the neighborhood association is a party?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Blankenhorn, Mr. David Maes is the president of the Ranchos Neighborhood Association, and as referenced in your documents that were submitted by the appellants under tab E, they did hold a meeting regarding this issue, and they did follow their procedures prior to submitting this appeal.
And this address is within their boundaries?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, yes.
Mr. Chairman, do they have to give notice to all property owners?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner O'Donnell, yes, they did. They have to do the same notice that the applicants did, which is notice within 1,000 feet of the subject property. And they also had to post notices on the property advertising this appeal hearing. And additionally, they also had to publish a notice in the Taos News. And those documents, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, are in your packets, which indicates that they did meet the deadlines and notification requirements for those notices.
And where is the notice requirements for the property owners in here?
It's in the Taos County land use regulations.
No, but I mean, list of all the property owners.
Oh, okay.
Certified voters.
Let's see, that should be in your packet there.
It's the last section of the appeal.
Yes. It's under section, let me see if I can find it really quick.
List them all by name and address.
Yes, that's one of the requirements that they did have. Let's see here.
Is it any other?
Where's, did you find it? I didn't find it.
It's in there.
Oh, it's here, it's in the back, it's in section 15 of the
Yes, Mr. Chairman, yeah, they have to follow the same list of the same list of property owners that the applicant had to notify.
There's the map and the street.
Oh, okay,
Yes,
thank you.
yeah, so it's all in there.
How many are we talking about?
Oh, there was quite a few. I don't have a count off the top of my head, but there's quite a few property owners in that area, as you can see, because it's a high density type of area. And as part of the recommendation, as part of the requirements of the Taos County land use regulations, if there's any active neighborhood associations, they also had to notify them, which they did as part of this process.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner.
Go ahead and proceed.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. I will turn it over to the appellants to make their presentation.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, if I may, this is an appeal hearing similar to the appeal hearing that we had earlier this morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. With all due respect, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, this is a new public hearing, and some individuals may have not been present at the previous hearing. And since it's a new public hearing, may I respectfully request that you go ahead and read the uniform appeal hearing procedures into the record. This will establish the procedure for the members of the audience and for you as to how this public hearing will be handled. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners.
Okay, there are items A through L. I'll read them according. Item A, appellant shall speak first. The appellant shall have reasonable amount of time as determined by the reviewing body's chairperson in which to present the appellant's position. Item B, the appellee shall have reasonable amount of time as determined by the reviewing body's chairperson in which to present the appellee's response. Item C, members of the public shall have reasonable amount of time as determined by the reviewing body's chairperson in which to comment and present relevant evidence. Item D, planning department shall make its presentation. Item E, appellee shall have a reasonable amount of time as determined by the reviewing body's chairperson to reply to the planning department presentation and to any comments or evidence presented by the public. Item F, the appellant shall be allotted a reasonable amount of time to reply as determined by the reviewing body's chairperson. Item G, speakers shall be sworn in by a notary public, and cross-examination or questions by the party staff reviewing board will be allowed. Cross-examination or questions shall not be allowed by one not a party to the appeal. Item H, time allotted to speakers shall be monitored by county staff person. Item I, the chairperson shall have the right to prevent repetitious and repetitive statements by asking a speaker who is being repetitious to end his or her remarks and if appropriate to leave the podium or floor. Item J, the chairperson shall have the right to take any and all appropriate actions to ensure the public hearings are orderly and equitably conducted so that the persons having the right to speak shall have the opportunity to do so. Only the speaker having the floor shall be allowed to speak. Members of the public attending the hearing shall not speak, comment, or disrupt when another has been given the floor by the chairperson. Item K, the chairperson shall enforce all the rules and may, at his option, appoint Sergeant at Arms to assist enforcing these rules. That Sergeant at Arms will be Sheriff Jerry Holgriff or his designee if he needs to leave. Item L, the reviewing body in its discretion may deliberate in executive session, but final action shall occur in the open meeting. Those are the appeal hearing procedures that we will follow. Mr. Maes?
Raise your right hand, sir. Do you swear to affirm under oath and penalty of lawful perjury that the testimony you're about to give is true and factual?
Yes, I do.
Please state your name.
David Maes. My remarks say good morning, but I guess it's afternoon. Good afternoon, County Commissioners. I am David Maes, President of the Ranchos Neighborhood Association. Thank you for hearing our appeal. I initially thought it was a good idea to go straight into this appeal, but now that I've had a cup of soup, I'm ready to go till 8, 9, 10, 9. We, members of the Ranchos Neighborhood Association and other residents of Ranchos, will present you with ample and convincing evidence that our appeal should be granted and that the special use permit application submitted by Family Dollar should be rejected. Family Dollar should not, for many reasons, be allowed to construct their building and open their commercial business in our traditionally historic community and in a location that will greatly exacerbate an already dangerous traffic situation at and around the State Road 518 and 68 intersection. I should acknowledge the efforts of many of our members in assembling our appeal. As you know, many work hours are required to assemble an appeal document. The work invested in this effort by many members of the Ranchos community speaks to their commitment to the fight to keep Family Dollar from opening its doors in our community. I introduce Mr. Ken Manning. He has assisted the Neighborhood Association with constructing our appeal. Mr. Manning will manage our appeal presentation, articulating arguments and calling on many different persons for testimony. Mr. Manning.
Good afternoon.
Will you raise your right
Good
hand?
afternoon.
Do you swear to affirm under oath and penalty of lawful perjury that the testimony you're about to give is true and factual?
Yes, ma'am.
Please state your name.
My name is Ken Mann. Good afternoon, Chairman and Commission members. As Mr. Maes stated, your appeal process is complex. And this is a complex issue, many issues that we're going to be talking about this afternoon. We have pretty much cut our presentation to the bone. That may necessitate you asking some questions because we're trying to respect your time and the time of the public. So please feel free to make sure that what we try to convey is clear to you. There are a number of issues that will be on the table this afternoon. But to me, it boils down to one critical question. In its most simple terms, Mr. Abeyta, Mr. Simmons, every planning commission member, everyone from the Ranchos community agrees on one point. There are safety issues associated with this location. In my mind, the question that you must answer today is whether public safety should be a driving factor in the special use permitting process. Obviously, I would argue that it must be. But Mr. Abeyta has suggested that at least relevant to this particular undertaking should not be a driver. He offers a number of rationalizations to support that argument. We will show that none of those rationalizations are valid. If you agree that public safety is not relevant, you should approve Family Dollar. If you think that protecting the health, safety, and welfare of your constituents is your responsibility as a public servant, you must deny it. Myself and members of the Ranchos community will now demonstrate why this SUP must be denied. We have a structured presentation that we've cut to the bone. Initially, we will start with describing the problematic aspect of the intersection, so you won't need to do a site visit. Then we'll talk about the traffic safety issues. Then we'll talk about a $5,000 offer that was put on the table by Family Dollar. Then we will address use and visual compatibility standards. Then we will talk about due process. Then we'll talk about health, safety, and welfare. Then the Planning Commission decision, and then public sentiment. I think we can wrap our presentation up within about 40 minutes. So I ask your indulgence in that regard. First, Mr. Hank Sachs is going to demonstrate what some of the traffic movements are that cause us great concern. Okay.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear to affirm under oath and penalty of lawful perjury that the testimony you're about to give is true and factual?
I do.
Please state your name.
Henry Sachs. So we will show you a map of this complicated intersection. We're talking about the junction of Highway 518 at the bottom of the photo and Highway 68 running diagonally. You can see there are two sites that are identified here, and one is an existing business, the Shell Station, run by Giant, and right next to it, to the right, is the proposed site of the Family Dollar store, which is currently the Taos RV park. Now, probably everybody here has a high degree of familiarity with this intersection because everybody's got to run through it on their way towards Espanola and Santa Fe, or taking 518 towards Talpa, Las Vegas, Mora. So What our issues that we will try and demonstrate through a series of charts and then a few photographs, we'll show you that if you're not already aware of it, if you already haven't experienced these situations yourself, this is a complex intersection. It grew up over a long period of time, and it does not resemble most conventional intersections in that there are very confined areas to make certain movements. And there's a lot of confusion about how vehicles must proceed through it. Now, the issue is complicated immensely by the presence of the Shell station because it's a very popular location. And people coming from all three directions, from Taos, from Espanola, and from Talpa, are all wanting at times to turn into that station. So here you've got a situation where I want to show you some scenarios that happen frequently that cause, at the very least, consternation, maybe a traffic tie-up, and occasionally a collision resulting in damage and injury. So here's scenario number one. Now, you can see that there's a vehicle indicated by the color blue, and so this very typically happens. You can observe that vehicles heading towards Taos they're on the inside lane, and they'll be wanting to turn into the Shell station. There's a median strip that's a raised median. You can drive over it. It's about 175 feet long, and it extends from the stoplight all the way up to the north entrance to the station. So if a car wants to head into the station and not run over the mountable curb at the median, that little turquoise vehicle is going to try and turn left here. And so you'll be able to see in this animation what can happen is that the median lane is not wide enough to accommodate a car turned sideways, and so either traffic heading towards Taos or traffic heading away from Taos, if they're on the inside lane, they're going to have to either stop, divert around the vehicle, or smack right into it. Okay, so that's a situation that we see often. Now, then, let's say that the turquoise vehicle again wants to make that turn into the Shell station. They're getting ready to enter the driveway, and a vehicle behind it has to avoid hitting that vehicle. It's going to have to merge right into the traffic bound for Taos. That's not so easy to do sometimes. And also the vehicle that's trying to head into the Shell station can be blocking traffic coming away from Taos towards Ranchos. Okay, then there's another situation that frequently occurs. Deliveries have to be made into the Shell station. They're large trucks, several times a day. They're fuel tankers. That orange vehicle represents a fuel tanker. If there's a lot of traffic heading towards Ranchos, away from Taos, then that fuel tanker has got to get across there. And quite frequently, they're going to have to wait for a break in the traffic, and they're going to tie up traffic behind them. So if they do head into the traffic that's headed away from Taos, they're going to tie that up. The danger is always that at some point there is going to be a vehicle colliding with that fuel tanker, resulting in a catastrophe. Now, if the Family Dollar store, which is indicated by the yellow tag at the top, if that Family Dollar store were to be built, you're going to have essentially the same situation. You're going to have vehicles turning into the parking lot of the Family Dollar store, or that yellow semi-truck there that's making a delivery into the store. They will often be, the trucks making deliveries along that part of 68 will often have to be parked in the median, waiting for traffic to clear before they can move into the parking and into the commercial establishment. Okay, here's another situation that happens. You see it all the time. That turquoise vehicle that wants to move into the Shell station, it's trying to find an opening in the traffic, and if it doesn't find it, it's going to pass the driveway, cut around, and make a U-turn. And this happens for a number of reasons. Sometimes because that's the way to get through traffic. Sometimes it's because people are lost. People from out of state, out of town, that don't know where they're going will make U-turns on this section of road to get back and head the direction that they actually intended to. Now, so this already happens at the Shell station, but, and bear in mind, that property is about 200 feet wide. The parcel where Family Dollar would like to locate is a little bit more. It's between 200 and 300 feet wide. And it's still very close to the intersection. And so traffic movements that occur in front of that Shell station would be replicated by traffic movements heading into the Family Dollar, unless there were some modifications to the roadway. And this is something we can discuss, but this is something that we don't see happening concurrent with this application. Here's a scenario where there's a vehicle there, that turquoise vehicle wants to get out of the Shell station, and they're going to head towards Talpa. So they've got to quickly cross the 3 lanes of traffic and get on the inside lane so they can make a left turn on the 518. So there are times when traffic is quite heavy and making that maneuver is not easy. But it's even harder when you see what happens there with the vehicle, the purple vehicle there that's entering onto 518 from the further driveway. And it's got to quickly jog across 3 lanes of traffic and head into that left-hand turn lane and head towards Talpa or Mora or Las Vegas. Okay, so, all right, here's a view. Now, that traffic island there, that's where 518 and 68 come together. So, in front of the Shell station there, you've got that raised median and that 175 foot or so long barrier. And you can see a couple of semi-trucks will pretty much fill up the capacity of that turn lane. This is a significant situation because in the morning and in the afternoon, folks are wanting to make left-hand turns on the 518 to pick up their kids at Ranchos Elementary. You get backups that extend well past the end of that median. So the problem is compounded if there's the store next door. Same situation occurs. Here's the beer truck trying to leave the Shell station and jog across 3 lanes of traffic to get into the Taos-bound lane. They just got to kind of make a run for it. And, you know, this is very much complicated by the fact that vehicles are wanting to move into that on the right-hand side of the picture, behind that white car, you're seeing where the turn lane begins to try and make it onto 518. So there's a jumble, and it's frequently quite hair-raising at this intersection. Here's this bus station here is right in front of the proposed site of the Family Dollar. It doesn't have a pullout. So that's the blue bus. There's also the school bus, very important. the families from Southwest Lane, which would just be off to your right as you look at the picture, they've got to meet the school bus and get their children to safety. Here's another school, another blue bus pull out. This one's in front of the City Brush Inn, but it's got a wide, safe turnout and much more protective of the people that are going to be getting in and off of the bus. This has not been discussed to our knowledge in the proposal to create the Family Dollar store, whether a similar accommodation would be made for the buses at that point. So that's what I've got on trying to explain the background of this intersection. So, thank you.
Mr. Chairman and Commission members, now that Mr. Sachs has kind of laid the groundwork, I'd like to talk about what we see the problems are with how things have moved forward to this point. At the July 11th Planning Commission hearing, there was a huge outpouring of concern from the Ranchos community. This was standing room only that night. They were crystal clear about what their concerns were in very specific terms. The Planning Commission said, okay, we're going to continue this hearing for 2 months while the Family Dollar people prepare a traffic study and see what can be done to try to mitigate or alleviate some of the problems that we're already seeing. That study was the subject of the September 12th Planning Commission hearing. To the community's dismay, the study utterly failed to address the very specific, very localized safety concerns that were brought out at that hearing. How and why did that study fail to address the obvious issues? First, the scope of the study was flawed. It looked at how 425 trips per day generated by a Family Dollar store would impact an intersection that sees over 20,000 trips per day go through it. So, you can guess what the conclusion of the study was. That's significant impact. Another 400 out of 20,000. Yeah, what's the big deal? So, no significant impact because it looked at this as a regional scale issue as opposed to a local issue. It chose not to focus on the local issues. This would have been a problem for them. Second, Mr. Abeyta contends that since the problems are regional in nature, family has no responsibility to deal with them or to be any part of any potential solutions. Again, this is simply an evasion of the real issues. The issues are local, they are not regional. The local issues were dismissed in 5 sentences out of a 70-page report that is in your packet. Mr. Abeyta's argument that these are regional in nature, not local, is simply wrong. Third, Mr. Abeyta argues that there are traffic safety issues along the entire length of New Mexico 68, along the Paseo. He goes on to suggest that if safety on the Paseo were to be an issue in the permitting process along the Paseo, then every permit that would come up before you would be subject to denial on the basis of traffic safety concern. Again, I assert that there is no validity to Mr. Abeyta's position in this regard. Rarely ever do you see along the Paseo the same concentration of conflicting, awkward, problematic traffic movements that Mr. Sachs demonstrated. This is a unique situation that requires a very targeted analysis to determine what solutions might be viable. The SUP process itself is designed to look at specific impacts of a particular land use at a given location. Mr. Abeyta wants you to ignore that basic SUP concept and say that this is a regional issue. Finally, Mr. Abeyta contends that safety issues are an existing condition and therefore should not be held against Family Dollar. He seems to have no qualms about the idea that Family Dollar would be making a bad situation worse, at least in the context of a permitting process. Again, this flies in the face of the SUP concept. Approving a project that makes an admittedly bad situation worse should be unthinkable. Traffic study and related arguments fall far short of what should be required for this application to even be on your agenda. The application must be denied. Darlene Vio is going to talk about the $5,000 offer that has been made. Thank you.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear and affirm under oath and penalty of lawful perjury that the testimony you're about to give is true and factual?
I do. Please state your name.
Darlene Vihey. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, County Commissioners, Mr. Cordova, Mr. Audio, and the public. And I apologize, I'm going to read from my notes as I will not remember half of the stuff I want to say. So it's good to see you all, by the way. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you as a lifelong resident of Ranchos, a.k.a. and as a former elected official. For the record, my family and I, without a doubt, oppose the proposed Family Dollar store. We are not necessarily opposed to Family Dollar stores as a whole, as we believe there is room for all types of businesses. With a good variety of businesses, the chances are greater for a community to thrive and be successful. However, smart growth and development are very necessary in keeping with the identity of a community and to ensure government at best is keeping up with health, safety, and the welfare of the public. As I attended several community meetings pertaining to the proposed Family Dollar store, a resounding concern kept coming up. An offer of $5,000 made at a September 12, 2018 Taos County Planning Commission public hearing where Mr. Alex Abeyta's client stated that the money could be used to lobby the legislature or New Mexico DOT to pursue improvements to New Mexico Highway 68 and New Mexico Highway 518 intersection. Although what seemed to be a rather vague offer, it appeared to influence at least one commissioner. And Mr. John Durham, in seconding the motion to approve the special use permit, made the following statement explaining why he was supporting the application. At this moment, I'd like to share the clip with you. It'll be coming out in just a few. Okay, I'll go ahead and continue by reading it. So he said, I think we need to acknowledge that the developer has offered a $5,000 fund for seed money to do improvements on the intersection. That money would be donated to the county, and the county would take the lead on contacting the State Department of Transportation. As a matter of fact, Mr. Durham offered no other comment regarding the basis for voting in favor of the application. I have to admit, at first, my skin crawled at the thought that the developer even considered the offer to be appropriate or even adequate. I had to wonder what was the developer's intention. Did he not realize that the offer, even if he meant well, the perception would surely be a bad one? And as if the offer in itself wasn't bad enough, Mr. Durham actually based his vote on it. And then I found myself, like many others, insulted and upset. This is outrageous on its face. If this kind of activity is to be condoned, where does it end? As we all know, offers such as these are generally not proposed because they clearly cast a huge cloud over the credibility of a supposedly objective decision-making process. The offer in itself is quite revealing. It is an open admission that traffic safety issues are real and they need to be dealt with. Instead of the developer working with New Mexico DOT to get something constructive done, they simply transfer the burden onto the state and county. The $5,000 cannot begin to solve a complex intersection such as this one. The inducement is really a weak one, as there are no guarantees any lobbying would yield a result of any improvements in the traffic situation. I know all of you commissioners, and I believe wholeheartedly that you are honest individuals, and I don't believe that you would even consider this offer. I also believe this because as a former elected official who took the same oath as you, who loves the community as you, and wants only the best for it as you, knows that accepting offers such as this one is not only unethical, but truly casts a huge cloud over the credibility of any objective decision-making process. In conclusion, the Planning Commission voted 3 for, and 2 against the proposed Family Dollar store. The question will always be raised whether the outcome would have been different if the $5,000 inducement was not made. It is my opinion, and that of many, the proposed dollar store contributes no true value to Taos County, and more in particular to the community of Ranchos, a.k.a. Thank you for your time.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Sachs will now talk about use compatibility and visual compatibility.
Do I need to get sworn in again? Okay. So I want to talk about the use compatibility standard. Now, this comes out of Section 471A of the Taos County Land Use Regulations. So it is our contention that the Family Dollar special use permit proposal violates that standard. Again, it is the use compatibility standard. Let me read it for you. Use. The development should be sensitive to and consistent with the existing traditional and historic uses in the neighborhood, or the applicant shall be able to demonstrate that the development would provide a substantial benefit to, or support to, or would not have a substantial impact on the immediate neighborhood. So everyone is in agreement that the Highway 68 corridor is appropriate for commercial development. But there are different commercial uses which can have radically different impacts on the surrounding area and on the neighborhoods. So a restaurant, for example, is only open for dinner or lunch. It's going to have a way different impact than a retail store, for example. So all these different uses are going to generate fundamentally different traffic patterns. The typical business located on Highway 68 in Ranchos generates far fewer visits per day than the proposed Family Dollar would attract. Family Dollar estimates about 450 trips in and out per day. Local businesses include a tile and flooring store. There are some auto repair outfits. There's a chainsaw shop. There's furniture stores. There's antique stores. There's restaurants, and there's small galleries. And that's a pretty good selection of what's on Highway 68 leading into Ranchos and in Ranchos. Then there's those particular businesses don't create appreciable impacts. The volume of traffic into them is fairly small. The nature of the business doesn't require a constant flow of customers. There's an exception. It's the local liquor store, Del Norte, which they depend on a larger constant flow of customers making smaller purchases, so it's a kind of place where the traffic in and out could be an issue. It's not problematical at that site because of where it's located. There's good ingress and egress. They're located far away from any intersections. There aren't a lot of other businesses right in that particular area that are generating high volume, and more importantly, there aren't a lot of businesses right around there that are having situations where people need to turn off of the highway into their driveways. So the proposed Family Dollar store, it demands close scrutiny because the site is immediately adjacent to a very intensive use, which is the Shell gas station and convenience store. And that station does a thriving business. It's very popular. Its location at the south end of town makes it a really appealing destination for residents of Ranchos, a.k.a, communities to the south. Also, everybody that's heading out of town might want to turn in there. It's the last gas station in the area. Unfortunately, it's located right at that intersection, and it's turned out to be a really poor location for a business that generates such a high volume of traffic. The site's got access constraints that result in a large number of conflicting traffic movements as people enter and exit the station. We showed you on the chart, it's really complicated, and you can only get into it from the one frontage. There's no side street that would allow any ingress and egress. Everybody involved in this discussion agrees there are worrisome traffic safety issues associated with the intersection and the surrounding uses. And so you've got northbound vehicles on Highway 68 making U-turns to enter the Shell station, or they're blocking the entry to the left-hand turn lane that allows people to get into 518. Gasoline delivery trucks going northbound on 68 are blocking the through lane of 68 while waiting for an opening in the southbound traffic in order to turn left into the station. So adding another highly intensive land use right next door to the Shell station is going to make a bad situation even worse. Large semi-delivery trucks are going to be servicing a business there, making left turns and blocking the center lane. It's the same thing you've got at the Shell station, just doubled. Customers they'll add to the already unsafe traffic patterns in the immediate area. The applicant contends that the existing safety issues should not be a factor in the decision of the Family Dollar, and that's absurd. The special use permit process in general, and the use compatibility standard in particular, are designed to examine particular uses and their potential impact at a specific location. This location is not appropriate for use as intensive as the Family Dollar would require in light of the existing safety issues. It's the responsibility of an applicant to propose a use for a site that takes into account the existing constraints. If they can't, they can propose measures that would mitigate the known safety issues. The special use permit application doesn't do either. No mitigation has been suggested for an intensive use, and this location with its existing traffic issues certainly deserves further attention. The Family Dollar special use permit application is in violation of the use compatibility standards. It should be denied. Now, on to a second standard within the land use regulations. Now, this one is standard 471B, and that is the visual impact section of the development compatibility standards. Let me read it for you. Visual impact. The development should be sensitive to and consistent with the architectural design, scale, density, bulk, building height, historical character, and orientation of the existing properties in the neighborhood, or the applicant should be able to demonstrate that the alternative being proposed is suitable to the land and the neighborhood character. The village of Ranchos, a.k.a. grew up a few hundred years ago around the plaza, around the famous San Francisco de Asís church. The scale of construction and the size and the shape of buildings in that community was guided by the indigenous technology of adobe constructions. Even the commercial buildings created in the 20th century along the highway leading into Ranchos and leading through Ranchos were relatively modest in scale. and they were influenced by the heritage of earlier buildings. Up to 50 years ago, Ranchos, a.k.a. was clearly separated from the town of Taos. Since then, commercial development along New Mexico 68 has blurred the physical separation of the two. Nevertheless, Ranchos, a.k.a. retains its own historical character and traditions. Community roots go very deep. There's the acequia systems and the associated agricultural traditions. So new development in Ranchos, a.k.a. must respect the historic nature of the community and its design. Fortunately, even with the wide variety of building systems available now, much new construction in the area aspires to the scale and idioms of the traditional architecture. However, the proposed Family Dollar design pays no heed to these architectural traditions. The pre-engineered structures used for the fixed-plan corporate design does not come close to fitting in with the local vernacular architecture. There are minor embellishments proposed like portals and stucco finishes, but they don't conceal the fact that the standard design is a steel box. It's built without any pretense of conforming to the massing and size limitations of the regional architecture. The long side walls with no doors or windows, they don't respect the traditional design patterns. A large shiny plastic sign with a corporate logo, totally out of character. At 8,400 square feet, the proposed Family Dollar store would be out of scale with existing structures. We did a survey a couple years ago of commercial buildings in the community of Ranchos. We found there are about 6 of them. Old Martinez Hall exceeds the size of the proposed Family Dollar store, but its massing and its complex floor plan make it an architectural gem, in contrast to the oppressive bulk of the generic steel sheds that are built to house these Family Dollar stores. Typical sizes of the commercial buildings in Ranchos are much smaller generally. They're on the order of 1/4 or 1/3 the size of the proposed dollar store. So these businesses have managed to function well, sometimes for decades, but they have lower intensity uses that require fewer transactions and generate far less traffic than the proposed dollar store does. So Ranchos, a.k.a. is fighting to preserve some of its historic character. If new development is to consist of these soulless, generic buildings, that character is going to be sadly diminished over time. The $5,000 the applicant has offered to spend on some vague lobbying effort would be far better spent hiring an architect to produce a sensitive design. No demonstration has been made that Family Dollar is suitable to the land and neighborhood character. So, to the extent that the area is in need of a dollar store, there's one just a few blocks up the highway. Family Dollar is in no way a benefit to the community. The proposed store does not meet the requirements of the visual impact compatibility standards, and it should be denied. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Commission members, I'd now like to ask Mr. Sanjay Padavine to discuss some frustrating due process issues that we have faced.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear and affirm under oath and penalty of lawful perjury that the testimony you're about to give is true and factual?
I do.
Please state your name.
Sanjay Pillai.
Good afternoon, Chairman, Commissioners, members of the staff, and the public. I'm going to speak about one small aspect of the process of getting us here. The Taos County Planning Commission follows land use regulations. However, the process of the September 12, 2018 meeting deprived the Ranchos community and the community at large of the opportunity to effectively take their case, make their case against the proposed Family Dollar store. Section 8.1.2.b of the Taos County Land Use Regulations was violated. The first sentence of that section reads, "A party as recognized by these land use regulations shall be accorded an opportunity to present evidence and argument and to question and cross-examine witnesses on all relevant issues." That did not happen. The community was not given the opportunity to cross-examine the traffic consultant as required by the county regulations. Given the fact that the entire public hearing was focused on traffic issues,
It was a glaring procedural flaw. This violation of the county code alone should render the planning commission decision invalid and lacking in credence. A second, the chairman of the planning commission ruled at the beginning of the meeting that the subject of the public hearing was to be limited and limited only to traffic-related issues. This was done even though the agenda for the September 12th meeting did not speak to any limitation on discussion. The community had not been aware of this limitation ahead of time. The posted agenda did not alert anyone to this limitation. But the motion to continue the public hearing from July 11 simply said that it was a continuation. There was no limitation to the discussion. This is again an illustration of denial of due process. Third, the Planning Commission chair imposed a strict 5-minute limitation on community members wishing to comment on traffic issues. This prevented the community from making a coherent critique of the traffic study and to otherwise address traffic issues. No time limit, however, was placed on either the Family Dollar agent or their traffic consultant. Again, this is an example of a priori, this application should be denied. Lastly, county code, the land use code, requires all parties to the to a situation to be treated equally. In this matter, the Ranchos Neighborhood Association was not recognized, even though they are a party to this discussion. Thank you.
Commissioner Blank.
Thanks, Chairman. Mr. Audio, since this is a de novo hearing, we have to be concerned about possible procedural errors at the Planning Commission.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Blankenhorn, because this is a de novo hearing, any issues that are arising from the due process allegations that were made are cured through this hearing process. As is happening right now, there's full opportunity to present what evidence is to be presented at this time. If that was not the case, if there was an actual problem, I would recommend a remand to cure it, but in this instance, there's a full de novo hearing offered at this time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Chairman, the question I have is with the message that Mr. Arlene Hill carried to this commission with regards to the $5,000 payment that was offered. Mr. Hill, how would we look at that? Mr. Chair, Commissioner Romero, I think that will be explained as that side puts on its case. It was a situation where what was being discussed was the overall traffic situation and condition of 518 and 68, and the offer was made that because it's a state issue, that the developer would offer to assist to help to get the state's attention to fix that intersection. But I think that will be explained. I think we should hear both sides of the issue before you make a determination. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, Commission members, I'd like to talk about the most basic function of government for a moment. That being protecting the health, safety, and welfare of the public. The authority and purpose section of your land use regulations reiterates this principle. In our view, approval of Family Dollar in this location is a clear violation of that concept. It does not protect health, safety, and welfare. Everyone agrees that traffic safety is already an issue at this location. Adding another highly intensive land use, adding hundreds of trips per day at a problematic location can do nothing but compound this problem. This cannot be denied. Hopefully the video clip will now work that shows a question about safety being posed by Chairman Sanchez and answered by Mr. Simmons. I regard this as probably the most telling interchange of the September 12th meeting.
Mr. Chairman, one last question. Mr. Manning, I know that you've done extensive amount of research. In that research with regards to the amount of traffic accidents, and I know that there have been some fatalities in the last few years, any idea as to how many have actually taken place and have been reported as taking place?
We have not been successful in being nearly as clear in that regard as I would hope. We did have a business owner here that has a business at that intersection that hopefully he will get up and give you some personal reflections on what he sees on a day-to-day basis. We have people that live it, as opposed to me trying to come up with some statistics from DOT.
Then proceed with your portion of the presentation.
Thank you. Let's see if the clerk works. Okay, it's all right. Yeah, it's up there on the screen. Chairman says, so my next question is, how much weight was placed into the safety and welfare of the citizens there, as well as the people who use the road every day? I use the road every day, and you know, it's helter skelter. How much weight was that given to it? Other than the fact that we follow, DOT in every significant numbers of forms and all that, we do. But the reality is, how much is the human consideration given into it? The chairman was basically saying, what was the function of the health, safety, and welfare of the community given in this traffic study? Response? Very clear. Mr. Commissioner, I appreciate the question. What you're asking is a bit beyond the scope of what we were asked to do. So we've identified the issue, and then it's going to have to be elevated and pursued. What can I say? I'm just kind of stunned at that response. Mr. Simmons candidly admits there's a problem, and that it was not really the focus of the study. Beyond the scope of the study, not a factor. Mr. Abeyta, while agreeing that there are existing safety issues, argues that Family Dollar bears no responsibility to mitigate them, even though Family Dollar would make them worse. Overwhelming community concern at July 11th hearing was traffic safety. These safety concerns are simply not addressed in the study. Mr. Abeyta claims that for various reasons, Family Dollar has no responsibility to address them, much less do anything about them. I'm a bit stunned by this position. Health, safety, and welfare are openly being compromised. That is an unacceptable outcome of any permit process. Family Dollar SUP application must be denied for failing to address public health, safety, and welfare issues. Let me continue with trying to figure out if I can piece together any logic of how the Planning Commission got to their decision. If the justification for the Family Dollar is as weak as we claim, then how could they vote for it? Well, we can't read their minds, but the rationales, their stated rationales are enlightening. And we've already heard about the $5,000 offer, which certainly raises some questions. But in making the motion to approve the SUP, Commissioner McDonald Calling the state. Good. So he says, "Now, my position is that I recommend approval of this application because it complies with the law. That sets the parameters for what types of applications are acceptable under various sections of the county code. My feeling is that if this goes to court, it would be affirmed also basically under the law." I think he was saying that, if you deny it and it got taken to court, then the county would lose. Personally, I deeply feel there's a problem there at that intersection that can be addressed much quicker if we take the action of affirming the application. I'm not wrong, but I think it will happen much quicker. Safety will be created at the intersection of applications affirmed and approved, rather than just letting it die another death, or a death that, and it may take years and years and years to get the situation remedied. And I think that's a valid comment to make, and I believe it's correct, and it's the second reason why I voted to affirm. Thank you. Okay, he makes 3 arguments, none of them valid. One argument is that because both Mr. Abeyta and staff say that it meets all the ordinance requirements, then it should be approved. That perspective fails to recognize the role of the Planning Commission. It is the Planning Commission that decides whether the ordinance requirements have been met, not Mr. Abeyta, not the staff. And in this hearing, it is your role to decide whether the ordinance requirements have been met. Every hearing that I've been to, I always hear, ordinance requirements have been met, therefore approved. That is your decision. That is no one else's. Mr. McDonald also asserts that a denial would be struck down in court. This argument fails to recognize the judicial principle of judicial deference. That principle basically says if the court can figure out any reasonable basis to uphold the action of the governmental entity, they're going to uphold it. They bend over backwards to find a basis to confirm what you've done. Finally, most remarkably, Mr. McDonald offers the opinion that approval would somehow get the Department of Transportation's attention more readily than a disapproval. I still haven't figured out how that leap of logic took place, but in my view, what would work much more effectively with DOT is if the court turns this down, goes to DOT and says, guys, we're having to deny permits because of a safety issue. We're not in the business of denying permits, but we're having to. We need your help. What are our options? Help us out here. So that logic is like, I don't know. At any rate, none of the explanations offered by Planning Commission members to me were in any way persuasive. Now, maybe they're thinking we don't have a clue about it. All we can go on is what was on record. They did not go into executive session, so it didn't happen behind closed doors. We just know, here's what they said, here's what they told us. It doesn't hold water. Now I'd like for Catherine Nair to give you some information about the public sentiment about this project.
I swear and affirm under oath and penalty of lawful perjury that the testimony you're about to give is true and factual. Please state your name. Catherine.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So that way.
Mine is quite simple in comparison to the previous speakers. Basically, I'm here to submit.
Closer to the mic.
Closer to the mic? What's it, this one?
Small.
Small. I'm here to basically submit additional petition signatures. And we thought we had a total, but in reality, at last minute additions, it looks like it's probably doubled from that. So it's closer to 200, but that's in addition to the nearly 800, over 800 that we provided in the reminder. So I submit this. And I can get a complete total by counting. I didn't want to interrupt counting during the proceedings. We also would like to show you your tab B is an aerial map of the 1,000-foot area. And in your book, it has white stickers. This was our initial one. This has since been updated, but this is the initial map. We actually have an overhead now where for you, for easier, you'll be seeing it in green. So you've already seen the overview of the vehicular situation at this intersection. But just imagine what it's going to be like from the pedestrian point of view. So today, I'd like to kind of walk you around that initial intersection on foot. And so, this actually affected even simple canvassing. We did it the hard way. We went door to door and looked at the neighborhood. So, if you look at your map, directly across from the proposed Family Dollar is the Bellaria Plaza across the 68. That is an area that is mixed. It's some business, it's some residence. There's an empty sort of a parking lot in the front. Valerio houses seasonally food vendors. That attracts pedestrians as well as vehicles. But imagine a person looking at Family Dollar and thinking, oh, I'm going to run across it, I'm going to get some stuff. Well, they're crossing 5 lanes of traffic, 3 of which are going different directions. There is no crosswalk up there. So, it's dangerous, but I've personally seen people trying it. I think we probably all have. So, you're supposed to go down to the crosswalk, so just walk down a little bit farther is the approved crosswalk. Several days ago, it was actually not 100% functioning, but it does serve the 518 pedestrians as well as any pedestrian crossing 68. And to do that, however, you cross the merging lanes. So it's important that that crosswalk work. You're crossing the merging traffic, you're standing in the middle of that little median strip. So standing there, you wait for your light, you're going to go across. It lands on the other side of the Shell station. You've already seen the traffic going on there, but imagine what it's going to be like to walk across that. So you're going to walk across that, and maybe on the positive side, it may just be a brief inconvenience, but at certain times of the day, that's going to be very dangerous. And that's despite the fact that there's a sidewalk there. So imagine in your mind, if you're going to try to get to Family Dollar, what you're going to have to pass first. So that is, I'm just going to move around to the next area. So diagonally from the proposed store is the historic district. They already mentioned it. But that actually runs all the way down to the plaza. There's no sidewalk on that side. It just runs down. The stores and businesses there are smaller. There is a really nice antique store at the corner. There is the Ranchos trading post right there. That houses the kind of popular Italian restaurant. A little bit farther down, a brand new gallery has opened in Conto Gallery. Just brand new. A little farther down is a former restaurant that's currently under renovation as a business/studio. Now, I have a statement from her, and I'll just paraphrase it. People are coming down from the traffic at Shell and actually going down into her driveway and turning around to head back north. And imagine if you're a pedestrian walking down there and then suddenly somebody's just all of a sudden buzzing into this driveway. And it is obvious from your map. I think you're going to see it. That area is green or white in the book. So that leaves us to the area that is the most accessible for the store. And if you look at the map, that is the really all white or really largely green. We canvassed in that area, and you're going to get to hear from a number of those people, so I won't delve into it too much. But that is an old neighborhood. Those families have been around for a long time. they're related, they pass their houses down. It's actually a very kind of quiet family neighborhood. And I spoke to several elderly women that have lived there maybe 60 years, and yes, they can walk across there, but they're definitely concerned about their children, maybe their great-grandchildren. We're gonna have to get that bus, which is right on the street, like I said, no turnaround, right there, and then they're gonna have to walk back home. And the mothers of this also said, you know, they're not gonna be walking over there from the traffic alone. They're not gonna allow their children to go over there merely from the proximity to this Shell station that sells alcohol and has a history of violent activities. So the area most likely to have customers is opposed. If you go farther back, I couldn't even canvass in this area because frankly, it's fenced off. This is like not accessible for the most part. There are a number of streets that actually run and dead into the estate here. For the record, I live there. And so I can see the back of the building probably coming up, but I couldn't physically walk there. So there's a little bit of a lack of access. And then I also wasn't able to canvass the area behind the Shell station and following all the way down to Abajo. Again, difficult kind of maneuvering to get into those neighborhoods, so it remains technically unmapped and uncanvassed. This is also a unique area. Many of you might have the same situation, but this is a traditional area that has no mail delivery. If you look at your list of residents, you're seeing post office boxes, not street addresses. And because of the highway traffic 68, they're not going to probably physically walk to the post office anymore. They probably used to. They used to run down to the post office, see their neighbors, go to the plaza, do that sort of thing. Not anymore because of the traffic. But I'm going to suggest that probably for the same reasons, people aren't going to go to walking to the Family Dollar. It's strictly not that safe to walk there. And so if you consider the Family Dollar's honorable intentions in providing food and goods for this community, and it just seems to me that they did maybe some initial research. They, identified a low-income demographic and some highway access, and they probably stopped. In my opinion, they failed to respect the historic nature of this neighborhood. They failed to canvass their neighbors. They failed to identify the lack of available pedestrian access. Yet they are willing to accept a dangerous intersection and their actual future impact on the street. And respectfully, Mr. Abeyta at the Planning Commission said Family Dollar thoroughly researches an area, and he's well known and respected in the community, but he offered 10 signatures in approval for this. Commissioners, look at the hundreds we're showing you through simple canvassing. Thank you.
Commission and Chairman and Commission members, Mr. Maes will make our closing statement.
Commissioners, through our appeal presentation, we have established valid grounds for rejecting the Family Dollar Store special use permit application. There are many justifications for the rejection. I'll mention principal ones. First, the upside-down logic of the Planning and Zoning Commission. Second, the shameful $5,000 inducement made to public officials. Third, community standards for visual compatibility, and related to this, the preservation of Ranchos as a historic community. Fourth is the ominous threat to the health, safety, and welfare of our community created by the hazardous maneuvers that will result from the increased traffic flow in and out of the proposed Family Dollar Store location. This will be aggravated by exiting vehicles turning both northbound and southbound in that already congested and confusing middle turn lane. At its core, our democratic form of government is, in Abraham Lincoln's words, government of the people, by the people, and for the people. Through our appeal, we have established that it is the will of the overwhelming majority of the Ranchos, a.k.a. residents that the Family Dollar Store not open its doors for business at the location proposed. About 50 residents of the Chanclas neighborhood attended the July Planning and Zoning meeting. All except one spoke up in opposition. We have presented pages of signatures on a petition opposing the Family Dollar Store in Ranchos. It should be abundantly clear that the rejection of the Family Dollar Store application is the overwhelming and clear will of our community. We do not want the dollar store in Ranchos, and especially not at that location. Further, I suggest to you that no new business should be allowed to open in and around the 518 and 68 intersection until the traffic safety issues are addressed and resolved. Yes, this will necessarily require involvement by the State Highway Department, and yes, this will probably take time to resolve. At the earlier July and September P&Z meetings, I offered the assistance of the Ranchos Neighborhood Association in resolving these public safety and traffic hazard issues. There should be input from the affected community in the discussion and resolution of these critical traffic safety issues. I suggest that you, the county commissioners, can play an important role. You can take the lead in engaging the State Highway Department to initiate an inquiry into this problematic intersection, leading to corrective actions. I reiterate the neighborhood's commitment to follow through and contribute in seeking a solution. I ask this body, the Taos County Commissioners, whose principal charge and responsibility is the health, safety, and welfare of our community, to hear our plea and reject Family Dollar Store application. Thank you for listening and understanding, and thank you for your service to our community. I don't want to be in your chairs having to sit here day after day and listen to people complain. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Frank. Commissioner Blanken, I bet they're not going to talk to whatever you say.
No. I just had one question for the appellants. And that is, I know none of you are engineers, but do you think there is a fix that's possible, a physical fix that could alleviate the concerns that would accommodate a business with as many as 400 per day turns into it?
I'll give you my opinion and others may chime in. I mentioned this specifically at the September P&Z meeting over and over and over again. I said, there is a solution, and there is a rather quick solution. There can only be a solution to that crazy middle turn lane, and the obvious solution is to put in some sort of barrier that happens everywhere in the world, in the city, in Albuquerque, in Santa Fe. If you're driving along the road and you see a McDonald's over there, you don't just turn in, you have to go up maybe a block or so and turn around and come back. There has to be some sort of middle barrier lane, and it's not going to be easy to accomplish, and I don't see it being any less than way past the chainsaw store, maybe around Del Norte Lakers. They probably appreciate the traffic turning in there. But that to me is one solution. Now, beyond the task of redesigning the whole highway, putting in permanent barriers, I know there's some temporary barriers that can be put in. There's some little plastic barriers. There's probably those big cement blocks, something like that. But that would be one step in that direction, putting in some sort of barrier to keep the traffic from trying to get in and out of those turn lanes.
Commissioner, would Are there temporary solutions that would accommodate that intensive use? Questionable. Are there temporary solutions that would accommodate a less intensive use? I think so. Does the intersection need an entire redesign that's going to take years and a ton of money? Maybe. But I don't think that's the community's responsibility to figure that out. Have I brainstormed, here's what I would propose? Yes, but I'm not a traffic engineer. So I don't think my ideas in that regard should carry any weight. But I strongly feel that the question you're asking is exactly what the applicant should have spent hours with the Department of Transportation talking about. That ball was in their court. It is not in the community's court. It is not in your court. They are the applicant. They are proposing the development. They should be talking about how they're going to mitigate the impacts, not the community.
Well, I just wanted to get a feel for the scope of the concern. So hypothetically, if that intersection could be fixed in a way that was more safe, I am assuming that the only remaining issue that you have is the pre-engineered, the scale of the pre-engineered steel box not meeting the visual compatibility standards. Do you think that's a fair summary of the appellant's concerns here? Usage compatibility because it's not sensitive to the safety issues, and visual compatibility because of the size and scale of the pre-engineered steel building. Is that about it?
I think that's getting real close to where things are at.
All right, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to, Commissioner, add to the discussion the fact that I myself, a couple of months ago, requested that our county manager address the lighting issue on that entire area from the Shell gas station to the Sagebrush Inn. And I know that he was in the process of writing some letters to the Department of Highway, Mexico Department of Transportation, and I was wondering if they had replied, because a lot of residents from that area, probably around the time of this hearing, addressed the issue. They called me with regards to lighting of that entire highway corridor from the Shell station to the Sagebrush Inn. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Romero, I actually have not even found a contact yet. The specific department within DOT to write a letter to. I talked to the engineer doing the work on this project. They referred me to someone else who referred me to someone else. So I'm trying to find their safety department, and that's who I'm supposed to address the letter to. But I have gotten a couple of the bushes at DOT. There's also a transition occurring, so there's not a lot of people answering their phones at DOT.
So just so that the public knows that the county is addressing at least the lighting issue of this situation.
And the other thing, Mr. Sachs, you've termed it as a suicide lane. It's actually a turning lane and turning lane only. There's not supposed to be any driving in that center lane. It happens anywhere. Anybody that comes to municipal court with that infraction gets fined. And that's what needs to happen. Okay. Mr. Pereira.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, if you have any questions for me, I'd be happy to answer them, but at this point, I don't know if you'd be willing to turn it over to the appellant to make his presentation.
Yes, we are. Just didn't know if you had any responses to any of the...
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I do have a few responses. I know there was a reference made to a $5,000 inducement at the September 12th Planning Commission meeting. I did respond to that on the record, on the DVD, saying that the county cannot mandate something like that for a couple of reasons. First reason is that that road is outside the jurisdiction of Taos County. So therefore, the Taos County Planning Department or Taos County in general cannot mandate a developer to contribute money to a roadway that the county has no jurisdiction over. And so I did respond to that, Mr. Chairman, on the record and in my staff report that I presented to you and also to the Planning Commission at the September 12th meeting. That's the updated staff report based on the new traffic study that the applicant had submitted at that time. So, Mr. Chairman, just for the record, that $5,000 inducement was quickly shot down by me at that meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Commissioners.
Are you ready, Mr. Reed?
Do you swear to affirm under oath and penalty of lawful perjury that the testimony you're about to give is true and factual?
I do.
Please state your name.
Abeyta. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commission members. I want to introduce the applicant. We've got on the far right, Derek Merchant. In the middle is Mike Mincucci, legal counsel, and Timothy Simmons, traffic civil engineer. So my understanding that as a de novo hearing, I get to present this application from scratch again. Is that correct? That's correct. Before I do, I want to address the $5,000 seed money that we talked about. That was strictly for available money to start a further analysis of how to improve the conflict that exists at the northbound left turn lane into the giant Shell gas station. As Mr. Maes pointed out, if I'm driving north and all of a sudden I decide to take that left move into the Shell gas station, if I'm not doing it properly, I'm going to have the tail end of my vehicle sticking into the interior northbound lane, creating a point of conflict. So what we offered was $5,000 to get that study going further. Whether that money went to the county or DOT, to us it didn't really matter. It was about getting a further analysis. My traffic engineer, Tim Simmons, is going to talk about what mitigation options are there and what it would take to get them done through DOT, because they have a very specific process. It's not just a matter of going out there and saying, okay, we're going to extend the mountable curb another 100 feet, and we're going to change it to stand-up curb and gutter, or we're going to do Jersey concrete barrier. All that has a process to be followed, and Tim Simmons will talk about that. So I'm going to go ahead and go through the application section by section. Bear with me. So basically at the front of the application is our table of contents that includes basically 15 items that are included in the application. And this was submitted for the record earlier. It's part of the record for the future. Basically in this application, we've got a review letter by Taos County dated June 8th, whereby the application is deemed to complete. In the review by Mr. Perea, basically his job was to confirm, not only for the applicant's sake, but for staff's sake, that the application met all the land use regulations that exist today. Those land use regulations, as you know, have evolved over time, and all we can do is attempt to meet those regulations. It's not our job to resolve a DOT concern with a center lane. It's our job to try to mitigate it, to assist with it, but it's not fair for an applicant to bear 100% of that mitigation cost. In this case, that $5,000 was an attempt to start the mitigation. Tab 2 includes the actual application. Tab 3 is the contract to purchase. This project has been ongoing for a little over 3 years.
Initially, the developer was CCC Development. That eventually got assigned on to 7B Development, which is David Merchant. The design plans for the site and access were done by West Texas Engineering, licensed in New Mexico also. My office took over the application as far as assembling the special use permit application and presenting it. The property is still currently under contract to purchase by 7B Development, contingent upon the final approval. Tab 4 includes will serve letters from Abeyta de los Ranchos for Sur, Kit Carson Electric for electric, and New Mexico Gas. Tab 5 is the DOT approved access permit, which did expire on August 9th, and Tim Simmons will give you details as to why it's not renewed right now. Under tab 5, there's a specific process that we are required to follow through DOT to pull a highway access permit. That was done, the permit was issued. Because of the 3 years, the permit was extended 2 or 3 times. The permit was reapplied for and reissued and sunset again. Permits are only issued for 6 months at a time. So Tim will give you the details of that. Tab 6 is the drainage report on how we show that the parking lot and the roof water drainage will be dealt with. Tab 7 is the state engineer approved water well permit. Tab 8 is the first item is the approval from the acequia. There's one culvert at the turnout that needs to be extended for access to the Dollar Tree, Family Dollar. There's currently 2 accesses on the frontage. One will be for the remaining parcel for the residences. That also serves a private drive to the back, known as Plum Flower Road. That access will be left untouched. The existing access to the RV park will be extended and widened for access to the Family Dollar property. Behind the acequia approval is the State Historic Preservation Office letter dated September 14 to 15, approving moving forward with the access permit, and that there are no archaeological sites on the property that are being. Tab 9 is the fire department fire plan approved and signed off on by O.V. Oric from Taos Fire Department. Tab 10 is an environmental assessment that was prepared as part of due diligence, and that many years ago, a gas station from across the highway contaminated some groundwater in the area. And the water well that's inside the RV park office was contaminated with benzene. And it took several decades for the mitigation and observation wells to show that the water was potable again. Meanwhile, the RV park was connected to the Taos Motel well and kept operating. As a condition of the well permit that we pulled for Family Dollar, we need to go in and close and seal off and cap the old well that's inside the RV park office when that's raised. So we do have an approved water well permit. We have an environmental assessment that shows that the site is suitable for development. Tab 11 includes all of the engineering plans prepared by West Texas Engineering, which includes site plan, grade plan, utility plan, etc. Tab 12 are the first one is sheet A 1.0, which is the floor plan, approximately 8,400 square feet. Sheet A-2.0 shows the front elevation on the bottom, the back elevation on top. Up on the screen is the proposed Family Dollar. That's a color rendering for El Prado. The Ranchos will be very similar to this. It's got a portal, some gaviligas in the front. It's got some columns, a couple of corbels. This is a pre-engineered metal building that will get stucco siding, similar to the building we're in right here. Similar to the Taos Houston Family Center, which, you know, today economics makes pre-engineered metal buildings almost a must. And then they get a stucco facade and Taos Pueblo or Pueblo architectural style. So the aerial photo or the photograph up on the screen is pretty much what this Family Dollar and Ranchos would be. The colors will be earth tone colors. Of course, the sign would be red with some white. The next sheet, A2.1, gives you the side and both side elevations. We did meet with the Ranchos Neighborhood Association one time to discuss the project over a year ago. I also met with the president of the Neighborhood Association, Mr. David Maes and Loris Baker, to discuss the project. At that meeting, Loris Baker, of course, she's not part of the Neighborhood Association, but she pretty well told me, if you give me a Pueblo-style looking building, similar to Dollar Tree across Walgreens, I'm going to be all right. I'm not going to beat you up on it. Mr. Maes, of course, still had to confer with all his Neighborhood Association members. Going on to sheet A-2.2, it gives you all 4 elevations on a smaller drawing. But we do believe that under the use and visibility that it meets the compatibility standard for that area. Keep in mind that this property at 1800 Paseo Del Pueblo Sur is not inside the Ranchos neighborhood or inside the Ranchos Historic District. It's outside of it. And while it might be considered a transition zone, Taos County, as you know, does not have zoning, and that's why we have special use permits and major development permits. Also included in tab 12 is an EPA SWIP permit that is implemented during construction to assure that none of the project stormwater leaks the site onto any nearby acequias or onto the main acequia that's up front. Tab 13 is the geotechnical engineering report that was used in designing the site as far as pavement thickness, in designing foundations for the pre-engineered metal building. Tab 14 is a more recent survey of the site. If you turn to sheet 202, you'll see there how the property is a little over 2.2 acres. As a condition of approval, the property would be split into 2 lots. The northern lot, tract B-2, would be 0.82 acres, and it would be sold off with the single-family residence that is there. Right now, that residence is occupied by the owners of the RV park, who are also the owners of the Taos Motel. Both properties are for sale, with the RV park under contract. There's an agreement with the sellers that upon approval of this project, they would be allowed to live in that single-family residence till the time that Family Dollar project is completed, and they are given a reasonable time to find another residence. On this survey, you can see the concrete driveway to the tract B1, 1.433 acres. That access would serve Family Dollar. That would be separate from the access that goes on to tract B2, which there's a recorded easement on the Plum Flower Lane and to the properties behind the Family Dollar. In the recent DOT project, the contractor has gone ahead and redone the laid down curb and gutter and ADA sidewalks in front of this reach. There was mention of an RTD bus stop. There has been no discussion about a pull-out there. We would have no problem with a pull-out being done there at the expense of RTD or whoever participates in that funding. My client would have no problem providing the easement for a safer RTD pull-out bus, because we realize right now when that bus is southbound, it stops on the inside one half of the outer lane and creates a conflict. So we would provide an easement for that full pull-out, whatever gets designed there. Tab 15, of course, includes the area of notice map for all properties within 1,000 feet. There's a lot of people in the room today. I don't know how many of them are property owners within 1,000 feet. Some are definitely not, some are. That's kind of a quick review of the application. In addition, there's a recorded record of decision that Mr. Perea talked about. Recorded on September 26, 2018. It summarizes the decision of your planning commission. We believe that the application met all the requirements, and that's why the planning commission gave it its approval. Under this appeal, we realize that it's a de novo hearing, and this commission will act on it brand new, basically. In listening to the appellant's comments, I'm not going to take issue with any of them. Some are correct, some are not correct. My goal is to present the facts, the application, the record of decision, and have my experts discuss further where we're at and where we're going. Timothy Simmons is a licensed professional civil engineer with experience, and he'll give you the details of the traffic study and the mitigation and the number of turning moments, etc. I want to thank staff for all their hard effort in reviewing the application and preparing the staff report, which is also part of the record. There is a staff report from September 12, 2018 and from December 10, 2018, which are part of the record. At this time, I'd like to have Timothy Simmons come up and talk about traffic, or I'm open to questions.
Commissioner Leitner. Thanks, Jim. So I just want to get your take on the two main concerns here. The first one is visual compatibility, that the scale of an 8,000 pre-engineered steel building is not in keeping with the traditional neighborhood.
The applicant believes that it is consistent and keeping in with the neighborhood. Obviously, the comparison was made to Martinez, which is a larger building, but that building's been there for many years. You know, we want to build a new building, Pueblo style, 8,000 square feet, and it's consistent with what's up and down Highway 68. You know, across the street from here, just 2,000 feet over, is General Dollar. This building's going to look much better than that.
That's in the town, right?
That's just inside the town limits within the Doña Ana area, or just across from here is the Juan I. Vallejo Plaza. It's a long, narrow building, but it adds up to a good number of square feet. Next to Del Norte Liquors is what used to be the White Store 40 years ago. That White Store is 6,000 or 8,000 square feet. Today, of course, it's broken up into several smaller commercial businesses, a restaurant, but that building is very similar to this. Actually, this is a better building in that it meets all current codes today, and it's more compatible with Pueblo style. So we believe that the visual use compatibility of this project meets the requirements, as so did staff in their favorable report, and so did Planning Commission in their approval.
How big is that motel that Trujillo built years ago?
It's 30 units built by Ben and the late Richard Trujillo in the 70s, and square footage, it's probably not quite 8,000. I'm going to guess 6,000 somewhere.
Okay, well, the next one's a little tougher. So, you know, there's obviously logistical problems there, everybody knows it, but the conclusion that there's no direct correlation to this new development doesn't make sense to me. logistical problems, and you're adding another 400 or so turns a day.
I'm gonna let Timothy address those turning movements and the impacts he finds from this project because
Okay. I hear you.
that's a specific area. So I'm gonna let him do that. Any other questions for me before I let Tim have?
Thank you, Mr. Abeyta.
Do you swear and affirm under oath and penalty of lawful perjury that the testimony you're about to give is true and factual?
Yes,
Please state your name.
Timothy Simmons. Good afternoon. Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, thank you for the opportunity to summarize the traffic impact study that you have, I believe, in your packet. I'll be brief, but we'll entertain any questions that you may have. You may be aware that in 2015, a prior study that Mr. Abeyta referenced was conducted, reviewed by the New Mexico Department of Transportation for the same size of structure. And that study indicated there were no direct impacts to New Mexico 68, Paseo Del Pueblo Sur, and New Mexico Department of Transportation subsequently issued an authorization to construct, which, as Mr. Abeyta has mentioned, was extended on more than one occasion. That approval is currently tentative pending the final resolution of the site issues, and what the New Mexico Department of Transportation wishes to know is what the period of construction would be. So my company was enlisted to conduct a subsequent study to provide additional detail and analysis of the site. In the process, we extended that a little bit to the intersection itself. So we collected turning movement counts, as Alex mentioned, at the intersection, Mexico 518 and Mexico 68. And we conducted this analysis consistent with the State Access Management Manual, which is issued by the New Mexico Department of Transportation and under state law. As part of that, we also conducted a daily count of daily traffic on Mexico 68. And in addition, we did a short-term spot speed study to measure speeds as well. That included, in our count at the intersection, the manual count included a count of pedestrians that passed through on the day of the study. I'd like to point out that Mexico 68 is designated as a principal arterial highway, and as such, its primary function is to provide throughput or through traffic, as well as secondarily local access. It's currently posted at 45 miles an hour just north of the site, and, or rather just north of the site, the speed is reduced to 30 miles per hour on the approach to the signalized intersection, obviously in consideration of the road. The analysis found that the proposed store would add about 425 vehicles per day, that is the estimate, which would represent roughly 2% of the total daily traffic. And then what we typically do is analyze peak periods, usually AM and afternoon peak periods. And so that data is in the study as well.
Mr. Chairman, could you please show me where the new study is in the packet?
Mr. Chairman, Commission members, in the packet I referred to is the old study. The new study that was done between July and September was submitted to staff, and I'm going to let Mr. Perea tell you which tab of his packet it's in.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, if you refer to tab H in the packet that was submitted to you by the appellants, you will notice that that is the updated traffic study. It's towards the end of that tab. In fact, it's the very last item in this appellant folder that was submitted by the appellants. And that traffic study is in there, and it's dated August of 2018.
She got it.
Okay.
And why did you include this in your packet today?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, it was incumbent upon the appellants, well, it was incumbent upon staff to include this as part of our official record of the planning department, not the applicant. So that's part of the official record of the planning department that was submitted to you as part of the planning department's record for this special use permit.
So where is it in this official record? You're saying it's only in the appellants?
Yeah, see, when the initial packet was created that you have in front of you, that was for the initial public hearing in July. And so as an addendum to that application, and as requested by the Planning Commission in July, the addendum is the staff report, the traffic study dated August 2018. So that's an addendum to the special use permit, which was not included in the original application submitted by the applicant, but it's just included as an addendum as part of the planning department's record of this case.
Proceed.
During the process of conducting the study, I did visit with a couple of residents who were kind enough to stop by and visit and share some of the concerns that they had about the corridor, many of which had been presented earlier here this afternoon. So I'd rather not repeat those, but just safe to say that we recognized those and observed those safety issues associated with the gas station located immediately at the intersection proper, and the improper or illegal left turns that are taking place just north of the intersection. And in summary, what our analysis found is that the site itself, while it would add traffic to the roadway network, much of that traffic would be directed to the north of the site because most of the population lives to the north of the site. And therefore, not all of the traffic would travel necessarily back through the intersection. And in summary, the estimated traffic that the site would generate did not meet the thresholds that UNM-Taos requires for additional auxiliary lanes. And in summary, we found that the proposed use and size of the structure would not constitute any adverse impacts to New Mexico 68. We did offer some brief recommendations as far as mitigation measures that could be undertaken at the intersection. However, we recognize that the intersection itself is under the jurisdiction of the New Mexico Department of Transportation. I also would like to point out that there is a UNM-Taos project underway. It's a rehabilitation project that begins at the intersection and proceeds northward. The concrete work was done, finished late in the fall, and then the pavement will be finished early in the spring, resumed next spring. So I don't know exactly what the dates were, but a couple of years ago, UNM-Taos held some public meetings. I believe they were held at the town hall, but nevertheless, they would address that corridor, and that could have been one opportunity in which some of these concerns had been raised. I don't know whether they were or not, but there are other procedures to follow, if you will, to elevate this issue to the New Mexico Department of Transportation, and be happy to answer any direct technical questions that you may have or procedural issues with regard to transportation planning and engineering.
Commissioner O'Donnell.
So if you could turn to D3 in the appellant's document. I take it this is your new study. And planning on page 35. And at the very bottom, phase conflict between lane groups. And so you've got that on D3, D5, D6. So I'd like you to, and also D8, if there's any more, explain what a phase conflict between lane groups, also in D11. So, and they're all the same numbers. So if you could explain what that means.
Mr. Commissioner, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner O'Donnell, the software that we use is called Synchro, and it does traffic analysis. We develop electronic traffic models, and because of the geometric orientation of this intersection, it's not truly north, south, east, and west. So whereas New Mexico 518, for example, it is oriented in a northerly direction, but it is technically an east approach. So without getting overly complicated, that particular message has to do with the orientation of the intersection and the fact that we don't have a true north, south, east, and west orientation.
What is these numbers 01, 02, 04, 06, 08, what does that mean?
I'm sorry, I'm not sure which numbers you're looking at.
Go to D3, page 35.
Okay.
And this is the same number detailed in all the...
Pardon me, at the bottom, the graphic that's at the bottom? Okay, those are the traffic signal phases. So that symbol, it's not a zero, it's a phase symbol. So phase 1, for example, is what we're calling the southbound left turn from New Mexico 68 to New Mexico 518. Technically, it's oriented in a southwesterly direction. So that's why the software flagged it as a conflict, but it is not in fact a conflict. It just has to do with the orientation of the intersection. So that phase 1 is what I call the southbound left turn. Phase 6 is the southbound through movement. So the green indication of the traffic signal that allows you to proceed southbound on Mexico 68. And then phase 8 would be the approach on New Mexico 518. It's a single phase, allows you to turn left, go through to the opposite driveway, or make a right turn.
So all this reference just talks about that intersection. Is that what you're saying?
I'm sorry, I'm not following the question.
So you just explained D3.
Yes, Commissioner, those phases are specific to the traffic signal operation.
And the same with D5.
Correct.
D6.
Correct. Mr. Chairman, Commissioner O'Donnell, those are all different scenarios. As outlined in the document itself, the first scenario is the baseline analysis without the development, and then we did an analysis with the development traffic added. So that's why, and there are 2 periods, AM and PM periods, so there should be altogether 4 of those.
So I understand it was a 15-minute analysis in the morning and evening, and how did you do that? Did you run a line across the road for traffic counts, or did you sit in with a counter? How did you do your study?
With respect to New Mexico 68, we placed some pneumatic road tube counters across the road for a 24-hour period. We did have one of those, the tubes that was damaged, so we estimated the daily volume using background traffic information. With respect to the intersection itself, we recorded turning movement count is what we did at the intersection for 2 periods, from 7 a.m. to 9 a.m., and then from 4 p.m. to 6 p.m., all on the same day, or on one day.
Did that manually or? how did
We
you-
recorded it, and then we manually tabulated.
Video recording?
Yes.
So what is the average traffic volume in that location? Can you point me where you have those numbers?
On page 7 of the body of the report is the daily traffic volume summary for New Mexico 68. AADT stands for Annual Average Daily Traffic.
Am I looking at page 3, planning 7?
Sorry, it's...
I'm sorry, can you point?
Sure. It's actually in the body of the report. We were looking at the appendices a short while ago, and it's displayed right there. So it's page 7 of the body of the report. Apologize for the confusion.
So the average daily count in 2018 is 20,000 going in both directions?
Correct. That is a total two-way volume on New Mexico 68. Then, as for the intersection itself, the hard count data is in Appendix A, beginning on page A6 of the traffic study report. A6 and A7.
So I kind of wish you could put the posted signs, because I was under the impression it's 45, then it goes down to 40, but you're saying it's 30.
Correct.
Is that correct?
It's posted 30 just north of the site.
I see people shaking their hands. Can you document that for me? Because I thought it was 45 and then 40 miles per hour.
It's 30 guys out at the stations.
So I given that, this report is flawed, okay, if you're not calculating the right speed.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner O'Donnell, if you're referring to the posted speed,
Yeah,
that is documented on page 3 of the report. That the statement is the posted speed is reduced to 30 miles per hour at the site through Ranchos, a.k.a. So that is the posted speed on New Mexico 68. Are you asking about the speed survey, the measured
no,
speed?
the posted speed, and that starts where? Exactly?
Just north of the site, and I believe it's just south of Champlas Lane intersection. But north of that, it is posted at 45 miles an hour.
So, given that you claim no responsibility to the issue at that intersection, why did you do this and run those numbers at the intersection?
That was the request that was made to do some further detailed analysis, because the prior analysis did not do actual counts. So we conducted actual counts locally to validate the historic data, and it essentially reiterated the prior position that we would not expect any significant impacts from this proposed development.
So, that was the 2015 traffic study. It's in tab 2, is that correct?
Correct, the 2015 study.
where's the, I'm sorry, I have all this down, but it's tab 5. Not, oh, here it is. So where does the 2015 report substantiate the numbers of your new report? You have 20, the old report says 22 vehicles during the peak hours, but I believe you told me, what, 45? So that's gone up, that's increased the amount of turns into the dollar store from this old report.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner O'Donnell, the prior report, I believe, was conducted under earlier issues of the data that we used to estimate traffic. So the most recent data is summarized on page 7 of the new study.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is this 2015 estimated 10,000 vehicles, 10,500 in both northbound and southbound. You are now saying it's 20,000, is that correct? And that you've also raised the estimated turn-ins, the development, 44 vehicles. Okay, so that stays the same in the new report, but your traffic count goes up substantially. Is that correct?
Commissioner O'Donnell, I believe that the prior estimate may have only been for half the roadway. What is included in the recent traffic analysis on page 7, table 2, is the historical data published by New Mexico DOT, and that is the two-way volume on Mexico 68.
All right, but it does say in this old report, the numbers are different. I just wanted to point that out, that the average daily traffic was found to be 10,500 vehicles in both northbound and southbound directions. So I'm just saying this original report had some lower estimates, but you're still saying when we go back to how many people you estimate will be turning in, what's the total count? Amount is 400 and something?
Commissioner O'Donnell, our estimate in table 3 on page 7 is 425 vehicles approximately on a daily basis. And then that table also includes hourly estimates for the AM and PM peak hour periods. So I would attest to the data that is in the recent report and not speak to the prior one.
So from the intersection of 518 and 68, what's the distance to the proposed driveway?
It's approximately 450 feet, I believe, from the center line of the intersection to the proposed driveway. There's an existing driveway here now, so it's 450 to 500 feet.
Okay. Thank you for now.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Blankenhorn.
So you made a few suggestions to mitigate what we all know are logistical safety issues at the intersection, right? You made a few. And one was extend the boundary, the medium, and make it so you can't just drive over it. How would they get into the Shell station if you did that?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Blankenhorn, that would prohibit the left turns, and that would be appropriate because the left, the inside through lane is intended for through traffic. So to safely and legally exit the through traffic stream, enter the continuous turn lane, one would need ample distance to make that maneuver. And unfortunately, that existing median ends approximately where the north driveway is into the gas station. So people, as has been presented earlier, are making improper and perhaps illegal left turns. They're creating a safety hazard, making the northbound left turn improperly, as well as exiting from that north driveway. So it creates a conflict, and one potential solution again would be to extend the raised median further to the north.
And then if you were coming from 518, and then how would you get into the Shell station?
I'm gonna have to make a legal U-turn somewhere else.
You just go north away.
Correct.
Maybe right at the Family Dollar parking lot, right? Okay, so there's that, and then you did, yeah, right, you could go just a little ways north. But then you also made a suggestion for a U-turn situation. Could you explain that a little bit?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Blankenhorn, that would be appropriate for the southbound. So traffic that would be exiting the gas station that wanted to go north would not have any means to do so. So one potential would be to provide a U-turn maneuver at the intersection to make that southbound U-turn. Now, it would necessarily need to be signal controlled, and there are a number of places where that occurs, often related to high traffic generators at busy intersections.
It can be safe if it's signal control.
Yes.
That's what you're saying. See? So let me finish this. Let's see here. Oh yeah, but really, ultimately, do we need more width there, do you think? Or do you think that these mitigation suggestions would make it sufficiently safe? You know, like another lane, I don't know, wider somehow.
In my professional opinion, I believe it would be appropriate to conduct a more exhaustive study of the intersection to also evaluate safety issues, specifically crash record, to look at where the crashes are occurring and the nature of those crashes, because that could address additional issues that are not readily apparent.
Well, I guess I gotta tell you, my problem is this. You know, we all know it's a bit of a nightmare there, and it's not regional. I mean, you know, there's traffic issues all over, but this one is particularly egregious, and this is where the store is supposed to go. So, you know, we can't whitewash it by saying it's regional. This is a particularly dangerous intersection. DOT says, well, yeah, we're going to do some work, but we don't really want to reconsider this aspect of it now. And the developer says, you know, you can't hold us to improving a state highway, but at the same time, we're looking at adding another 400 turns a day in the vicinity of this dangerous intersection. And so somebody has to take it up. Why should we have to say yes before it's fixed? I don't understand that. Can't we? So that's what I'm struggling with right now. Somebody has to take it up here. I mean, you know, I don't know if it's going to be the state or the developer or a combination of the two or what we have to do, but it makes me uncomfortable to add another 400 turns there. Do you understand that?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Blankenhorn, I understand. However, I just would like to clarify that the estimated traffic is not all headed south toward the intersection. We estimate up to 60% would enter from the north and then exit back to the north.
Still, it's so hard to quantify. Say that there's 280 turns instead of 425, whatever 60% is. I'm having a hard time with that. I just, I just think we should know how and when it's going to be fixed before we add to it. Thank you.
Commissioner Romero. So, Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Obviously, the concern I have as well is the traffic, but also the lighting. How would you improve lighting at that intersection?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Romero, there is some spot intersection light, what's referred to as intersection lighting. It is on the approaches. I cannot answer for New Mexico Department of Transportation, but I am aware of their policies and procedures. They do have what are referred to as lighting warrants, and typically in commercial areas or areas that have had documented safety concerns, then studies are done to actually measure in greater detail an engineering study to evaluate and then recommend additional lighting if warranted.
Well, it's taken probably about 15 years to get permanent lighting at the intersection of the post office.
That temporary light,
And
about
State Road.
17 years ago.
And State Road 240, and we're still waiting for results from that. In the meantime, accidents continue to happen. I know that in front of this area where the store is proposed, there have been at least 2 fatalities where it involved pedestrians. It was in the middle of the dark. No one ever saw them coming or crossing the road. And so to add something like this would compound that situation.
Mr. Chairman and Commissioner Romero, if I may offer that I have personally conducted work with the New Mexico Department of Transportation and other municipalities and could offer some technical recommendations or assistance in how to pursue elevating this issue. NMDOT has different programs, safety, geometric improvements, and so on. As has been discussed, it does take some time for those wheels to turn. An important consideration for any physical improvements at the intersection would be to have environmental studies conducted to make sure that the intersection is cleared or any potential environmental concerns are properly mitigated. So that's one of the reasons that it does tend to take some time. But through the RPO process is probably the primary avenue to pursue that. There are other means as well, though, and DOT has a safety program, and a request could be issued for a safety audit of the intersection. So there are 2 or 3 different venues to approach that.
Commissioner O'Donnell.
So, were you able to access a traffic accident count in that area from DOT to justify that the store would not be an extra burden? Did you access those reports?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner O'Donnell, we did not conduct a safety, a crash study of that intersection. Focus was primarily on the site and the traffic operations. So no, we did not collect any crash data.
So someone had suggested that the RTD bear the cost of putting in a little turnout, and I don't think that's fair to RDT.
RDT is a different, that's right.
What did I just,
That's okay.
what did I just say?
RTD.
RTD. And I see in all your documents that this process began in 2015, and I guess there was no indication you talked to our, I'm sorry, my brain is switching letters. You didn't talk to the Blue Bus people to see if they would be willing to do that, but you would actually bear the cost because it would improve the turning area into the dollar store. So I guess what I'm hearing is, even though you say these studies don't justify the deceleration lane, like on the right side where, you know, if the Blue Bus had a little turnout, it might help solve the problem, but I haven't heard you make any kind of recommendation to mitigate the potential issues of that area. And I do think, since the developer was, you know, got all these permits in 2015 approved, that it's just unfortunate that they weren't in contact with DOT. We had a previous application that they're bearing the costs on the highway, and that's just standard procedure to fix an area that needs work. So I guess it would have been nice, you know, if the developer had come and said, you know, we're gonna, you've got enough setback, you're gonna kind of completely rework that frontage area. And while I'm on the frontage area, what is the frontage area? One document says 177 feet, another document says 148 feet, and then the survey plat says it's 139. So what is that frontage property, the true number?
Commission Chair Member, Commissioner O'Donnell, if you go to tab 14, which is the official survey plat, and verse 3,
back to that when I get finally answered.
there's 3 reaches of the highway frontage, L1, 2, and 3, so we got 8 feet, 111, 37, 156 feet is the frontage.
So you see it different areas, it says something else.
What matters is the recorded survey plat, it's 156 feet.
And that is which map?
It's on tab 14, sheet 2 of 2 of the survey by Eagle Peak Land Survey. You'll see on the right-hand side the 3 reaches, and then you'll see a table down below with L1, L2, L3. And actually, there's a curve on one northern piece, C2, which has another. No, that's not it, so. And now that I'm looking at this table closer, those distances I gave out are 8 feet, or 8, 111, and 37, but it appears that those are metric, so 3.2 feet per meter, it's actually more than that. Yeah, all of the curve data and the line data is given in metric for some reason. Mr. Chairman, I'll address the audience.
I know, and you know what, I'm not gonna bring it up again, but the cat calls have to stop.
So I guess I'm seeing in the contract 139 feet frontage, another place it's 148, and the initial application to DOT listed as 177 feet. Just wondering what it is.
If you look at the civil drawing that was done by West Texas and see what that shows. Okay, I went back and looked at tab 14, the survey map. And what's tricky about it, if you look at, for example, the property line between tract B2 and B1 says 377.49 feet, and then they have parentheses in. That's not meters or metric, that means measured in the field. So the numbers I gave you earlier, the 8 feet, the 111, and the 37 is the actual frontage in feet. So it's 156, almost very close to 159 feet is the frontage of the property in feet.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
If I may. I'm really surprised, if you can go back where you put that last picture that was up there before, this question 8. Why is there not a decel lane? We're coming from 45 to 30, and I mean, if Sonic has to have a decel lane as little as it is, and the changes that are happening now with 68, I'm just really surprised that my understanding is, especially at that speed and these kind of numbers, there has to be a decel lane for one. And that decel lane would be starting right at the change of speed, if I heard your testimony, because you said it's right at Chocolate's Lane, right?
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to have Tim answer your question because there are certain criteria that warrants the decel lane based on speed, number of right turn movements, etc. So I'll let Tim give you that answer.
And I have a follow-up to that before I
Mr. Chairman, in the updated traffic analysis, in the appendix, page E2, there is a table, and that is the required data by the New Mexico Department of Transportation. This comes from the State Access Management Manual, and the numbers are down at the bottom that would indicate thresholds of through traffic. The estimated traffic volume, daily traffic volume on New Mexico 68 is around 20,000 vehicles. A four-lane high-speed arterial would have in excess of 35 to even as much as 40,000 vehicles per day capacity, theoretical capacity. That is constrained by the intersection. So the intersection at New Mexico 518 would control. But just to give an illustration in round numbers that there is ample capacity in the southbound direction, that these deceleration lanes not required into the site.
But if we made statements knowing about the speed in excess of the 30, as in the report, the high volume of traffic, whatever it be, and if we really had a safety concern with the intersection, I think that would be something that we would have insisted on as part of the development.
Mr. Chairman, as far as the New Mexico Department of Transportation is concerned,
we want the RTD to do it, but to make it safer, but I don't see this, and there's a lot more traffic there. I mean, O'Reilly's Auto had to put one in. I'm not following your logic behind it. And if you were really looking at safety aspects, approaching that intersection from the north, it just seems to me that would be a no-brainer that we would have designed that into the project.
Mr. Chairman, once again, I defer to the requirements that NMDOT has established, and for this type of use and the size of the development fell below the threshold. Other sites would exceed the threshold requiring deceleration lanes. Typically, fast food restaurants with drive-through windows and things of that nature generate much more traffic into it.
O'Reilly's Auto, Tarts, okay.
Thank you.
I just think that would make this area safer, that was included. If we can think about it for the blue bus, I think this would make more sense to me than that. Okay. Anything else, Commissioner?
So, Mr. Chairman, the concern, I guess, again, would be the traffic that leaves the store southbound on Ranchos. suggest the possibility of U-turn at that intersection, but what would be the other option? Where would that traffic go?
With Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Romero, with regard to exiting traffic, really the only legal accommodation would be for them to travel directly southbound on Mexico 68. So they could find a place to make a safe and legal turn. That may include Mexico 58, Mexico 518, and then do that same maneuver.
You've seen how congested it is already. And there are options, anything else that you can offer to accommodate that traffic?
The southbound traffic? Well, they have options. Some of that traffic we estimated would actually make the left turn and go east on the Mexico 518. So it's not all concentrated in the through direction. There's estimates in the report, but it's something like 20 to 22% would go east, and the balance would go straight south. But based on the directional movements approaching that intersection, we found that most of the traffic is headed north. More traffic tends to head north into town. Thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Baker?
Chairman, Commission members, I'm going to see if legal counsel has any comments. Clerk?
Do you swear to affirm under oath and penalty of law for perjury that the testimony you're about to give is true and factual? Please state your name.
Derek Merchant, Mr. Chairman, County Commissioners, thank y'all for hearing us today. I just wanted to state that along this whole process, we took this over from another developer that was fighting me the entire way. We've come in at the request of Family Dollar as being from New Mexico and understood you're not going to put a metal building in Taos, New Mexico. We get that. The developer before us didn't get that. So when they were fighting that and delaying this process for 3 years, we said, yeah, we'll do that. Yeah, we'll pay for a second traffic study, so we've done 2 traffic studies. We said, yeah, we'll put a fence around the property. We've tried to be as accommodating as possible. But getting 3 years into this is becoming more and more difficult. This is our family investing in the community. This is, a lot of people see Family Dollar. This is a family investing in Taos. So it's not, I know everybody sees a giant corporation, but we own this property. So we want it to look good. We want it to be safe. You know, I wouldn't want my kids, getting dropped off at a bus stop and being in danger. We haven't fought y'all on that stuff. We're wanting to do the right thing. And here we are 3 years later, appeal after appeal, traffic study after traffic study, and we're trying. And so that's why we're here today. And if you sense a little frustration in my voice, this may be the 20th hour I've been in here trying to do exactly what's been asked of us. So it has brought us to this point. I understand your guys' position, and I appreciate, any input and comments. We are here to try to find a solution for the town of Taos. We're not out-of-state selfish developer trying to do something that would hurt the community. It's not who our family is. So that's all I have to say.
Mr. Chairman, I have some questions.
Commissioner O'Donnell.
So I read through the contract. You were cited. Your principal place of business is in Reno, Nevada. Is that correct?
That's where our corporation is domiciled out of.
Okay.
When I say I'm from New Mexico, Ms. Commissioner, I grew up in the state of New Mexico.
All right,
So our
going to
business is in Texas.
the real estate contract, I'll try and go through this quickly. It's on it's in tab 3. It does say an F. purchaser obtaining at its own expense access to public thoroughfares adequate. It goes on in H that you can terminate this contract. The entire money will be returned to the purchaser. Risk of loss remains with the seller. You have deposited the earnest money, which would be returned. And then, as you go over to exclusive use, you would not allow a seller to enter into any other contracts with another Kmart, Sears, Holding, etc., within 2 miles of the subject real property. I think it says Dollar Tree, Dollar General. So how far away is the, what is it, Dollar General? From where you're proposing this?
It's about a block away.
Block away. So what I see is you've got this contract that I still don't understand it. It's been signed and then assigned to you, and your headquarters are in Reno. Maybe you could explain how much earnest money have you put in the bank?
I would have to get with my CFO to see exactly how much. I know every month we have to pay a $1,000 extension. Well, this has gone on. So to give you the backstory, a developer out of Birmingham, Alabama had this project. They owed us a bunch of money. We were building stores for them. In default of them not paying us, we took over a bunch of their leases to finish the stores. And one of those was this project. So that lease was assigned to us, and we've had it ever since. We did not write the contract. That was written by their attorney at the time. And we've been paying $1,000 earnest money extensions ever since.
The contract's still binding. So have you bought this property? You haven't. It's all contingent upon us giving approval.
Correct.
So what kind of hardship, I guess it doesn't matter, but what kind of hardship is it going to present to the seller? What if they've already, I guess you're going to have to iron out those details if we don't approve it. So I guess you bought it for $280,000?
Correct.
Okay, and then
We've actually, we'll make one correction. We added some additional land to the project to make the project work. So it's actually more than 280.
it's the 380 I saw here? Okay. I'm a little confused on the Taos Motel. They would have to abandon their well, and then they would have to dig another well?
No, ma'am, this has nothing to do with the Taos Motel well. They will have to abandon the well that's currently serving the RV park that was found at one point several years ago to be contaminated.
I just thought I saw somewhere in here that they're now using the Taos Motel well, and that well would have to
I mean, we've been given a permit to drill a new well.
drill a new well. How does that jeopardize the Taos Motel? There's documents that say once this contract goes through, the Taos Motel has to abandon their well as a condition.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner O'Donnell, the existing well at the basement of the Taos Motel office provides water to the Taos Motel office, Taos RV Park office, and the RV spaces. So one well is feeding the 4 places. The contaminated wells under the RV office that was never capped and sealed. So when we pulled the state engineer permit, the representative over there found that and said, well, as a condition of your approval on the new well, you have to properly cap this, and we've agreed to do that. So right now, the Taos motel well is providing water to both properties.
Right, and then that means they can still keep that well functioning?
If this project was to get approved, this project would drill their own well. They would cap the old well on the property, and then the Taos motel would stay on their well.
Okay, I also want to point out that in all your documents, the designs expire. They have expired. So expires 12/31/2017 for the floor plan. Expires, exterior elevation expires the same, December 31st of 2017. The exterior elevation. So what does that mean in addition also? So these plans that you presented have expired. You just have to resubmit the plans and get another architectural stamp?
Basically, a couple of options is Derek would need to pay West Texas to restamp the drawings with a new date. The designs don't change. The other would be to have us come up with the designs, but keep in mind this project's been on the books for over 3 years, and
More like 4
well,
or
maybe
5.
pushing 4, not 5, 4. So the issue here today is not about the date of the drawings. Those can be brought to proper day prior to building permit issuance. You know, we're here to determine if you're comfortable approving the project or not.
I guess I just have one final question is, since your headquarters are in Reno, do you pay county GRTs? I've always heard rumors that these corporations, they may collect a GRT, but it goes to their home offices.
Do you swear and affirm under oath and penalty of lawful perjury that the testimony you're about to give is true and factual?
Yes.
Please state your name.
Michael Metacucci with the firm of California Metacucci in Albuquerque, New Mexico. The corporate office is in Nevada for corporate purposes. The headquarters is in Lubbock, Texas, and the family domicile is in New Mexico. Many corporations are either in Delaware or in Nevada because of corporate tax laws. All gross receipts tax is paid in New Mexico, as it is a foreign corporation domiciled or licensed to do business in New Mexico. Much like, in my experience, a majority of corporations are. So there's no issue about money going to Nevada. It's the registration of the corporation, but the corporation is then authorized to do business in New Mexico and registered as a foreign corporation authorized to do business in New Mexico. To designate their corporate headquarters as Nevada is incorrect.
You have a location in Albuquerque? I'm asking, do you pay GRTs to the county?
GRT is paid to the county of where the project is located.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Romero.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I was looking at a different issue, Mr. Chairman. I was more concerned, well, I'm also concerned with the acequia that runs on the property. And I know tab 8 includes a letter from the acequia commission, the Acequia Madre del Rio Chiquito, and they're fine with the proposal, with the project, as long as it doesn't disturb any of the acequia. Mr. Alex, how would you plan that it wouldn't have, say for example, drainage from the storefront would drain into the acequia and create contamination?
Mr. Chairman, Commission members, Commissioner Romero, the property generally slopes to the north, away from the acequia. The grading plan done by West Texas Engineering has the ponds. This building would be sited near the back of the lot, further away from the highway. So the retention ponds are also near the back. So the only potential water into the acequia would be off the state right of way, which we have no control of. We would also work with the acequia to to place the extension of that culvert at a time where it's not impacting any irrigation that they might have. And the second letter, I believe, was signed off by all three commissioners and one of them.
So do you have any renderings of what those plans would look like? You have to protect the second.
There's a stormwater pollution prevention plan that calls for wattles or silk fences. That would assure that none of the project dirt, as the site work is being done, enters the second. There is a civil sheet that shows the culvert extension.
Mr. Chairman, for the record, Alex, if you could elaborate as to what tab it's under.
It's under tab 11. And then we see which of the sheets. The site grading plan, sheet C-5, shows the contours of the existing culvert and the extension. And you'll see the contour data, all of it is sloping away from the acequia. The acequia is basically at a high point.
So how many retention ponds would be created?
And looking at civil sheet C5, you'll see that it's one large triangular pond on the back of the building at the north end of the property.
And that is between the motel property and Kaya the City?
No, it's actually on the north side of the building, between the back of the building and the private road that's in the back.
And that you deem as adequate?
Once again, I did not do these designs, but in general review of them, they appear to meet all the requirements. Staff reviewed them and was comfortable with them.
Mr. Blankenhorn. Thank you, Chairman. Can I ask the developer on a question?
So I got nothing against dollar stores, you know, I think they save people time and money. You know, you want to get paper towels and dog food, it's quicker than going to Walmart, prices are competitive. You know, I wonder about saturation, but that's not my job. I can't say no to you because I think there's already enough of them. It's not in the ordinance, I don't have that authority. We just approved a coffee shop, there's a bunch of coffee shops in town. Anyhow, so that's not my issue. I'm not persuaded by the compatibility issues. You know, I understand that you have to have a pre-engineered building to build an 8,000 square foot structure competitively, and appreciate the fact that we have to stucco it and put the portal in to make it more part of the feel for our community. And obviously, you know, you're sandwiched in between a convenience store, gas station, and a two-star motel, and all kinds of other commercial, not to denigrate any of the uses, you know, just to say that I'm not really persuaded by those, but I remain having a problem with the fact that we're adding to a dangerous situation without any mitigation. You know, if there's something that you could do, I know you've been asked to do a lot, but if there's something that you could do to work with DOT, I know we can't require that, but on health and safety concerns, I think, you know, we have a legitimate concern adding to the traffic without any mitigation.
Chairman, Commissioner Blackthorn, I believe that's what we've been trying to do. We didn't know what findings were going to come of Tim's recent study when the neighborhood association requested an additional traffic report. So that's why we requested a more advanced traffic report. We thought out of that, whatever came from that situation we would do. Obviously, we're not building a casino that makes millions of dollars, so we're limited to a certain point on how much we can do, but we've been trying, and after we got Tim's report, and he found that we don't have to do anything, most of that you know, is really affected at that Shell gas station, and I understand they're probably grandfathered in, and going back and forcing something on them is a lot more difficult, but I have hired some much more experienced guys to make sure that we're being safe, and at that point, it's really...
Yeah. Those thresholds really are for a more normal traffic situation, I think. I mean, I'm not an engineer, but, you know, the decel thresholds for traffic, I don't think they fully take into account the complexities of this particular situation. So, anyway, appreciate it.
Okay, any cross-examination or questions?
Chairman, I just have some closing comments.
Okay.
I just want to emphasize to this commission that you have a set of land use regulations that we are required to follow for any project, whether it be this one or any other project. And we work hard to meet those requirements. This application has no variances of any kind. It meets your parking location, it meets all the requirements as demonstrated by the application, by the staff report, by the planning commission record of decision, and it really warrants consideration for approval. Thank you.
They have the right to cross-examine first, and then we would then move to the public portion. So,
Mr. Chairman, Commission members, no cross-examination.
thank you. Okay. Members of the public, I don't have the sign-up sheet. Keep in mind, we do have your comments that were made at the planning and zoning meetings in our packets. Okay, so we have 26 people wishing to address us at this time. First being Ranchos Neighborhood Association, which we've already heard. Reminder, you are to come forward and be sworn by the clerk. Please keep your comments to 5 minutes or less. Matthew Swayze.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear to affirm under oath and penalty of law for perjury that the testimony you're about to give is true and factual? State your name for the record.
It's Matthew Sway. I'm at 69 Bay Road.
All right, I couldn't tell if that was a Y or a Z.
No, it's just Matthew Sway. Everybody wants to add something on that. I'm reading a letter. I wanted to say, first of all, I think we could have saved a ton of time just by referring to your big poster of code of ethics. You're not supposed to be doing stuff that abuses the community. And community clearly doesn't want this. I don't know how many times we have to say it. Nor do I fully understand why we have to even give you an explanation. If it's unanimous that we don't want it, that shouldn't be enough. I'm reading a letter from, I wanted to say too that.
Speak into the microphone.
Yes, I'm sorry, we've been talking about community safety and health. A new study, 97% of products at the dollar stores are toxic. Probably should be in this discussion somewhere, given that we are an extremely unhealthy neighborhood. Had 2 38-year-olds die this year, buried at the the Francisco Church. It's not a very healthy community. We don't need more diabetes. This is from Cody, were you here this morning when the high school kids were here? No. The Mr. Manning class was here, high school seniors, about 20 of them. I'd love for that to be included in this somehow. They have a letter written by Ava and Julianne and Autumn, Zamora and Jules, and they're writing on behalf of the whole class. And it starts out, no dollar store in Taos, exclamation point, and then they want a clothing store. We, the senior class of Vista Grande, feel we do not need another dollar store in Taos. To the investor, there are better things to invest in than that this town actually needs. We would like to recommend another option for a new store in Taos. We know many people who would find a clothing store, such as perhaps Room 21, helpful and quite useful for the people of this town. Having to buy low-quality clothing at Walmart that never fits you right, and non-fashionable expensive clothing at Beals, Having to take a whole family to Albuquerque to go shopping is quite inconvenient for families because by the time you get there, the clothing destination, you spend most of the money on snacks and gas to get there. It would be wonderful and helpful to gain a clothing store in town, and I feel that many would be happy if you, the investor, were to move in a real clothing store rather than another dollar store that many will be unhappy about. You may make more money in profit with a rude 21 years tenant. So I really wish the kids had been here all day today to be able to compare both issues brought before you. It's clear that the young people have no concept of of corporate gentrification. They're not saying, why are these corporations always here? Why can't we start youth co-ops like other communities? They're saying, we want different corporations. So I just want it to be known that it seems like young people who generally we write off as lazy, stupid, and somehow criminal have an opinion in this matter. They don't want it. They don't want it, just like the adults.
Mr. Chairman, I know you hate when we do this, when I do this, but I got just one sentence. Thanks. One of the reasons people want to keep building dollar stores in this community is because they are popular. And people use them all the time.
Oh, excuse me, I'll be doing this. I'll enjoy you then to address that.
No, you used your time.
Oh, no, I did not use my full 5 minutes, I don't believe. I would like to.
You have 42 seconds. Go ahead.
Can you say that again?
You have 42 seconds.
No, you said it again, Tom. What you said.
Oh, I said that, it's not unanimous that people do use those dollar stores, that's why they want to keep building them.
Yes, in terms of use, the dollar store has been very clear. They do their research, just like Wendy's always has a Wendy's across from a courthouse. People get out of jail, they're hungry. The dollar store does their research too. I'm against the dollar store. You can hear in the quivering of my voice. I'm opposed to this dollar store.
Sheriff.
Now listen.
Sir, thank you, Mr. You're done.
Okay.
You're done.
Oh, I have one other thing to say. I've been here for 9 hours.
I have been too.
Mr. Toby Martinez.
I know. Okay, did you blow that? That's okay. I pretty much got your things, and we're going to walk out to church.
Do you swear to affirm under oath and penalty of law for perjury that the testimony you're about to give is true and factual?
I do.
Please state your name.
David Maes from Ranchos, a.k.a. I'm very proud of it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. I will try to make my comments brief and not replicate what's already been said. A little background, I followed Orlando 7 as president of the Ranchos, a.k.a. Association. I was followed by David, and we probably covered a span of 15 years or so, maybe more. And through that time, we were working with Charlie Maes, that was commissioned or consultant for the commission, for the county, working on our overlay and looking at what we wanted the ranchos to look like. Spend an enormous amount of time on this front that we're talking about, and in no discussion, in public input, and all kinds of situations did we ever have anybody come up with something like a dollar store. Now, that being said, I'll get to a couple of issues, one of which has already been articulated very well by everybody having to do with safety. I won't flog that horse any further. I think the points have been made, and I support some of the concerns and the issues. If this was easily solved, it would have already been solved, guaranteed. It didn't happen just in the last 10 years. It's been around for a long time, and it hasn't been solved, and it won't be solved. Having worked with the Department of Transportation on another issue on 240, I've been working on it for over 10 years, and I don't expect that it's going to be addressed, because they have engineers, they have experts that have looked at situations, and they're stuck. They can't come up with an answer. One issue that I think has been missed that is really, really critical. People like dollar stores. They like the convenience. What I would ask is, where is the need? Who needs another one? That, to me, is very obvious. If my wife says, we need to go for milk,
Guess what? 5 minutes, I live right in the center of Ranchos across on 240. In about 5-8 minutes, I'm at Dollar General. And I've yet not to have my needs met by going there. So I ask a very serious question. What is the need? It's almost like saying, we already have a Rio Grande Gorge Bridge. Let's build another one because we have somebody that has the money to do it. Why? I pose that question in this situation as well. So that's basically where I'm coming from. Everything else that I had on my list has been addressed. So I won't take up any more time. I thank you for your consideration. Hopefully you'll come up with the right decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Representative. Is Karen Salazar still here? Dennis Waltrip?
I think everything's been covered that I
Thank you. Doug Eichenberger.
Do you swear and affirm under oath and penalty of law for perjury that the testimony you're about to give is true and factual? Please state your name.
My name is Doug Eichenberger. I'll be brief and I'll try not to repeat all the things that have been discussed. I want to do 2-3 things really. Establish some common ground with you, and then give you a true story and an analogy that I think you follow. I'm a licensed architect, and by that, I have to be responsible. I'm responsible to the community for their welfare, safety. For me, it's called life safety. It's the building code. It's my education. It's all the things that we do. You guys are the same. You're elected officials, and their welfare and safety is your concern as well, and they're counting on you for that. True story. It's really short. Client comes to me, they have a little house, they want to do a second story. I say, sure, I can do that, I'm happy to help you out. We just do a little bit of research and we find that the house has no foundation. So that architect could do a couple things. They could say, we'll put the second story on and see how we do, and I think maybe we can fix it if there's a problem. That's the wrong answer. The right answer is, okay, yes, we can do the second story, but what we need to do is actually fix the foundation. We need to get this thing resolved, get it safe and sturdy, because I don't want to risk you, I don't want to risk workmen or anything else. That's the right way to do that. I think that we're all in the same boat here. We have a responsibility to these people, their welfare, their safety. It's our neighbors, it's their children, their grandchildren. That is a courtesy that we can't deal with. We just can't do it. Thank you.
Thank you. Gene Stevens.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear and affirm under oath and penalty of law for perjury that the testimony you're about to give is true and factual?
I do.
Please state your name.
My name is Jean Stevens, and I live in Ranchos, a.k.a. I want to thank the chairman and the commissioners for their time today, and I also want to thank all of the residents of Ranchos, a.k.a. who have sacrificed their income to be here all day today. I have lived in Ranchos, a.k.a. for over 28 years, and I taught art history at 2 colleges in Taos for 24 years. And I really love this community. And I felt really emotional about what's happening to Taos right now. We live in a really treasure. It's like a jewel in the crown of New Mexico. The Ranchos, a.k.a. church is featured in the art history book by Marilyn Stokestad, which is taught throughout the United States, as well as the Taos Pueblo. It was recently noted in U.S. News that Taos is the #3 destination in the world after Vienna and New York. They come here because of the traditions of the people of this valley. The Pueblo, the Ranchos Church, the Farolitos, the museums, the artists who have laid their hands and made great art. And your children and grandchildren and all of the people here will look at the decisions that are made now. It's their future, and like the youth from Vista Grande, they want more. I think, wouldn't it be great if our community donated that land and made it into a park and that office into a visitor center for the history of Ranchos, a.k.a. with park benches and picnic tables, and we took pride in our community. I feel like now there's going to be another dollar store in El Prado, and it's very sad. And in the traffic situation, I have traveled north. I go to that gas station frequently, and I have had to go into the RV park and to come around to legally access that gas station, and that hasn't been mentioned today. In addition, I was notified that there has been a lawsuit in Colorado on the lack of time for breaks for employees at the Dollar Tree and this proposed Family Dollar situation. So there's issues of social justice that needs to be addressed too. So I think that's all I want to say, but I hope that you will really consider the future of Taos in your decision. Thank you.
Thank you. I apologize in advance. The next one is Anna Bush. Looks like it starts with a C.
Cruz. Raise your right hand. Do you swear and affirm under oath and penalty of law for perjury that the testimony you're about to give is true and factual?
I swear.
State your name.
I agree with most things that have been said today against the dollar store. And I just wanted to, I very much agree with Gene Stevens. It would be great to have a little park there. But mostly what I want to say is that the traffic report does have a lot of mistakes in it, the site traffic analysis. I spent quite a bit of time on that report before the September 12th meeting. And the 45-mile-an-hour speed, there's a sign just outside the sagebrush inn that says 45. And then a little further along, I think it's opposite the Phillips 66, it goes down to 40. And then it goes down to 30 in front of the RV park. So, you know, if that makes it a flawed report, as Commissioner O'Donnell suggested it might, stating that the speed limit was 45 and then down to 30, that is a mistake. I just wanted to clarify that. I have photographic evidence, but it's not with me. But anybody who drives down there, just notice those speed limits. It does go down to 40 before 30. Also, that site traffic analysis, I believe much of it was cut and pasted from the Family Dollar El Prado application, because of course it states that on some of the pages at the bottom. That bit was not deleted. So I just thought, I'll keep it to that. Thank you.
Thank you. Darlene, did you have additional comments? Okay. Thank you. Cynthia? Okay.
Well, there was another Cynthia that was on the list, so I'm not sure.
There's a Patterson at the end. Okay. Okay. Lopez Struck.
Raise your hand. Do you swear and affirm under oath and penalty of law for perjury that the testimony you're about to give is true and factual?
Yes.
Please state your name.
Lopez Clerk. I'm from Ranchos. I live behind RV. All our families behind them. And I don't think it's right for a dollar store right there. And I'm concerned about my grandkids because we pass through there to take them to school. It's very dangerous when you stop and try to cross because of Ranchos school or to go out of town. I live way in the front. Sometimes I want to get out of there. It's very dangerous. You have to wait about maybe 5-10 minutes to just get across. and I'm against the dollar store. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. The next one, the last name we can make out to be Salazar. Possibly starts with a W, but.
Irene.
Oh, okay. Oh, see, the person below you wrote and covered
Oh,
most of your first name.
Raise your right hand.
Thank you.
Do you swear and affirm under oath and penalty of law for perjury that the testimony you're about to give is true and factual? Please state your name.
Irene Salazar. I too am a lifetime resident. I live on Chanclas Road. The Salazar and Chanclas are the same thing. My parents, my grandparents lived there. It's a historical community. It's been, my grandfather built the house about 100 years ago. It's still there, even though it doesn't have the foundation. But anyway, I am against the dollar store. It will be a distraction to our community. It's an eyesore. It's something that I do not want to see every day on a daily basis. It just doesn't match. It's everything about it is wrong. It's going to attract a lot of unwanted transient, if I may go there. I have seen personally, I live on Chanclas Road, and the motel and Chanclas and the RV, it's right between Calle Lucia and Chanclas Road. And that road right now is so, it's full of trash. The motel and the RV, I don't know what their rules are, but ours is a private road, and they walk all the way to the end of the road, and the dogs leave their doo-doo there, and they don't pick it up. We don't need another store like this in our community, such as the Family Dollar Store. Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, thank you for your attention. One more thing. Emergency vehicles, nobody addressed that. Emergency vehicles are eminent every night, every day. I mean, right now, when I was coming at 8:45, emergency vehicles were going down. I mean, the traffic, they don't honor these vehicles at all. So that's another traffic danger. Nighttime is a totally different thing. We're talking daytime here. Nighttime is totally different. It's a totally switch over. And I know there's a lot of rules and regulations and studies, and I appreciate all that. I really do. But the main concern is the value of the people, the value of the houses. The values are gonna come down. People don't want to live by a dollar store. And I am totally against it. Thank you.
Thank you. Jonathan? Looks like S. Borderman? Brian Shields.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear and affirm under oath and penalty of law for perjury that the testimony you're about to give is true and factual?
I do.
Please state your name.
Brian Shields. I live south of Taos in that area that's known as Vista Linda. My wife built there actually before there was a university there and before the golf course. And we've been watching traffic grow all along that whole section. So from Highway C-110, we know that intersection kills people, have a lot of accidents, and then that intersection that we're talking about now. I don't have anything to add to the safety issues at this point, other than pointing out that bicycling is also really something that I used to do at one time, but can't do it anymore. It's too dangerous. What I would recommend is that the county look at creating a safety zone and and really doing some kind of moratorium on any kind of new developments along that safety zone until the safety factors are taken care of. And that's all I have to say. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Matthew, for the students, that was already given. Is Betsy Martinez still here?
I waited my time, all my thoughts have been said. Thank you.
Thank you. Peggy Nelson.
Thank you.
Raise your right hand.
Yes.
Shame on you. Do swear and affirm under oath and penalty of law for perjury that the testimony you're about to give is true and factual. Please state your name.
Peggy Nelson.
Francis, you got that already?
I'm not a resident of Ranchos. I drive through that intersection. It's one of the worst things for me when I'm driving at night and I'm going up the hill going north. I really don't like it. What drew me to this hearing was the question of health and safety, and particularly the traffic in that area. And also the information that there had been at least an offer, if not an inducement, that may have changed a vote or two, or I don't know, at the time of the hearing before the Planning Commission. I tend to agree with Commissioner Blankenhorn, and I think you all have gotten enough on the traffic situation, but I really do think that this is a problem that should not be augmented. It should be solved before there's any additional thing that happens. But what I decided I wanted to say just a couple of words about was the question of due process, because Sanjay Provadu raised that issue. And I have found this to be a very interesting procedure. When I first thought about the fact that it was de novo, I thought, great, of course I had to go back to the regulations and read it, that it would be a new trial. And in a sense it has been, except for the fact that you all have the public record. You have the record from the first hearing that took place. And it seems to me that that is a flawed record in two regards. One has to do with that offer that came to the fore. And if that was an inducement for anyone to base a decision on that rather than on the facts, because that's all pie in the sky as far as I can tell, that makes it somewhat flawed. The second thing has to do with a denial of the right to cross-examine witnesses. Now, I noticed specifically that nobody cross-examined here, and that's fine. And to that extent, I think Mr. Audio is correct that some of those issues are taken care of. But what I would say is that I hope that you hear what people have said here today, and that you don't rely on that record below, because I do think it's flawed, and I think it would compromise the decision, and that would be a violation of due process.
I'm sorry, you said the record.
The record below from your commissioners. And to the extent to which Mr. Manning is correct that an agent, we usually refer to agencies, but a commission would refer and defer to those who have some expertise in a particular area, such as planning. I think in this case you can't do that. So, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Manning, were you going to speak again?
You've heard enough out of me until a conclusion.
Thank you. Thomas Reed.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear and affirm under oath and penalty of law for perjury that the testimony you're about to give is true and factual?
I do.
State your name.
Thomas Reed. First thing I want to point out to the commission, besides thanks for listening, the site plan presented by the developer is, as far as I can tell, incongruent with the county approved survey. And I was curious as to what Mr. Brand thought about that, if you saw that similar conflict.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I did notice that, but however, as we referenced during the course of this meeting, you did see the survey plat, and the survey plat is what's going to govern as far as the exits and entrances onto the subject property. The site plan was kept in there because it gives the layout of the building, it gives the layout of the parking, it also gives the layout of, where the solid waste containers are going to be, et cetera, et cetera. But in this case, I understand Mr. Reed question about there being some incongruencies, but however, again, if this project does get approved, the developer will have to come in for a lot split to develop that 1.433 acres, and that's what's going to govern as far as access and stuff like that. And additionally, the highway department has given them a specific access point that governs where their access is going to be, and therefore, because this is going to be an improved access, any other accesses that are there right now will not be affected by this project. So I hope that answers your question, Mr. Reed.
It does, thank you. So with that in mind, the site plan that was presented removes one of the two accesses completely that's there, removes the bus stop, the RTD bus stop. It also is misleading in the sense that where this county plat location has been approved for is much closer to the gas station than the one that the site plan represents. So, that density is truly there. It's not necessarily something that's more spread out as the site plan would indicate. Also, in regards to the nature of the bus stop setback and the nature of a slow-down lane, I forget what it's called, the a.k.a. Madre runs directly behind that area. So I think the complications there, and it also takes a hard left to the west shortly after that property, right between that property and Chonquest. So the a.k.a. runs both on the east side and the north side of this property as a whole, as it stands. So the concept of it draining away from the a.k.a. is not necessarily accurate. And then again, presenting complications as far as setbacks and slowdown lanes go. Let's see. My personal guess as a neighbor who's in and out of that area all the time, that if we did put in a permanent curb or a situation that made it impossible for cars to turn in from southbound traffic or northbound traffic to that Family Dollar proposed location, if they didn't have that possibility, this would be a much less desirable location for them as a business. So had they initiated this process knowing that that might be in the picture, they might not have taken it. As I understood it, they got this project out of, default through another company from Alabama that owed them money. So I see the incentive for 7B, they're trying to recuperate losses. They didn't necessarily come into this process, with the full scope picture. So, motivations are questioned to me in that regard. The other thing is I met Mr. Simmons, a lovely gentleman. However, as an expert, he's representing the developer. He's not necessarily representing Ranchos Neighborhood Association or any kind of neutral third party. So just again, incentives and intentions as to how that information becomes what it is and how it's conveyed. Another thing is, and I'm sure you all know this, but just to put it out on public record, we have many neighbors in that neighborhood who couldn't make it today because of the timing. We've seen in the very first meeting there was standing room only here when it was an evening meeting that only lasted a couple hours. So taking into account that, greater number of the constituency that's not represented here. And let's see. Yeah, I think that's pretty close to it. That and, just some hearsay from what I've read in some national news articles, these types of stores compete with grocery stores. And so the more density of these types of stores we have in this area, the less likelihood that we're going to have any type of grocery store developed, closer to this area. And just to point out that these types of stores, don't necessarily provide any produce, fresh ingredients, and that sort of thing. So, my concern is that an approval here would kind of continue to send the neighborhood in a certain path, you know. I would hope that, and I'll take that into consideration as well. Thank you for your kind attention.
For the record, the timer was turned off during Mr. Pereira's comments in the microphone.
Okay. Is Commissioner Gallegos with us this whole time?
Mark?
Thank you.
Liz Rodriguez.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear to affirm under oath and penalty of law for perjury that the testimony you're about to give is true and factual? Yes. Please state your name.
Liz Rodriguez, and I'm speaking on behalf of my sister and my niece that couldn't be here today. I have been to all the previous meetings, and so you have my statements. I just wanted to make one more, that I don't believe that there's any benefit for the Family Dollar store. Everything that they would sell, we can get at the Shell station or at the Dollar General, which is just down the road. Our family lives down Chonkless Lane, and my grandparents lived just further south. So our family has been here years and years. So my sister just did it very concise, very congested area. There's no study done by the Department of Transportation, traffic lanes in and out. We need lights. The gas station sells liquor, and it's an area of violent activities and shootings. And one of the speakers earlier was talking about the sirens and the police, and during the summer, well, really all year long, you hear sirens, day and night. You hear there's always something going on down that way. So we have a lot of incident with that. It's not a safe area. Also, the bus stop for the school, it's not safe for the children because it's a congested area. Even myself, when I'm trying to go to work, just trying to get out of Chonkless, takes me, 3 to 4 minutes just to get out. Now, if I'm coming from the post office and going south to turn left to Chonkless Lane, there's people coming, even though the speed limit slows some down. Some people are still coming, just like probably where the hotel is, from that area to try to get into the turning lane to go down to 518. So it's very dangerous. I mean, I've had almost near accidents in that area. And my sister says we do not need a Family Dollar, we have the Dollar General and Family Dollar, not too far away. My niece Camille Trujillo states, I am in opposition to another Family Dollar store for the following reasons. I live on 134 Chonkless Lane, which is immediately north of the proposed Family Dollar location. The traffic to get out of the Chonkless Lane on the main highway poses a risk to my family and I, who have lived here for centuries, a long time. To add more traffic by placing Family Dollar store would be irresponsible and disregards public safety. The traffic study had many faults, one being the time of day it was done prior to school dismissal. In addition, the equipment broke down during the study. We have children that go to the school and the bus stop is right in front of the proposed Family Dollar between the hours of 7:30 to 8:45 a.m. and again between 2:45 and 4 p.m. The traffic is considerably worse when the county commissioners agreed that there was a problem with traffic but allowed the building of Family Dollar, with the reasoning that the state highway department would have to address the increase of traffic. The statement tells me that someone has to get killed or hurt in order for this to change. The acequias also run alongside Champus Road and down right close to our area. And so she wants to ensure that it's being protected from the increase in trash and people loitering. How can the proposed Family Dollar ensure that no one litters in our waterways? Let's protect our acequias. And also, Taos is historical, and St. Francis Church is right down the road. And this is the first place coming north that you would see. And she just states that she doesn't want people to see a Family Dollar. And I know they want to project the building to look like historic, but it's still the same thing inside.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Marcia, is it Renell or Red?
Yes.
Do you swear and affirm under oath and penalty of law for perjury that the testimony you're about to give is true and factual?
I do.
Please state your name.
My name is Marcia Riddell. I do not live in Ranchos. I live in Taos. Been a resident in this area for 28 years. And I do agree that that area is very unsafe. Every time I drive to go to Santa Fe, I always get this gut feeling of, oh no, I have to go through that area there by the trading post, and the traffic is terrible. And one thing I do think of is I've noticed we are getting these popular stores, the dollar store, and I think about 7 generations down the line. Are they even going to be here? Are they going to be empty buildings? Because it's just a popular thing. How will we change? We're going to change for more healthier stores? Are we just going to keep doing stores that offer candies and trinkets? I'd like to see that when our tourists come to town, that they're not going, oh, look, Taos has $4 or $5 stores, and that they notice that. I think now that we're improving our streets, the sidewalks, and our town is beautiful for not let alone just us as residents, but for our tourists who come here who we depend on to look and go, oh wow, what's this say about our community? Are we going to have 3 or 5 more McDonald's and stores like that just because they're popular? I would rather keep our community as the jewel and see it kind of remain the way it is. That's all I had to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Sachs had your name down.
Yeah.
Did you have other comments?
Yes, sir.
Remind you have been sworn.
Okay, I just wanted to address a comment, a remark that Alex made. He said that you had to consider that this site is outside of the Ranchos Historic District. Technically, there is not such a designation. While he may have been implying that as you go further down the hill towards the plaza in Ranchos, you get into some older buildings, and you get into what might be in the imagination as a historic district. In reality, the only designation that Ranchos, a.k.a. has that gives it any standing with the county in planning issues is the fact that there is a designated Ranchos, a.k.a. neighborhood association, and that has defined boundaries. Now those boundaries start at the town of Taos limits. So right by Alamo Lane, where the Dollar General store is, on the east side of Highway 68, and at the sagebrush, just on the south side of the sagebrush, on the west side of Highway 68. So any considerations of how land use decisions should be considered under the land use regulations, you have to look at a bigger package, the whole envelope of the neighborhood as designated. It's a complicated problem because there is there's a remarkable change in land uses and the way that buildings are built and situated as you move down the commercial corridor. And that commercial corridor ends right at Highway 518. I think we could all agree. And then as you go beyond Highway 518, it's a totally different scenario. The question is, does the fact that that giant station, that it's an anomaly in a way, it's a very busy place, it has a certain kind of architecture that is very kind of out of the box. It's a bunch of modern steel and stucco. It has a steel canopy, so you can say, well, it's out of character with the historical references that we think of as traditional architecture in Ranchos. But if you work back from that towards the town of Taos, you have a few examples that are more recent and you might say totally out of, well, not totally, but somewhat out of style with the traditional idiom that we want to think of. Yet the question is, do you pile up a few more things that are really incongruous with the traditional architecture that is situated in the village center, so that as you're coming from Taos, that you're going to see an accumulation of these anomalous buildings. And I would argue that the land use regulations have to look at more than kind of spot consideration lot by lot, and have to look at the total matrix of the neighborhood and sort of average in what are the stylistic things going on over a broader area. And that's all I think. Thank you.
Thank you. Jean Gordon-Thomas?
Do you swear and affirm under oath and penalty of law for perjury that the testimony you're about to give is true and factual?
I do.
Please state your name.
Jean Gordon-Thomas. Last time I said I do was when I got married. I'd like to address quickly profitability and traffic. If I'm driving north into Taos, am I going to make a difficult, scary left-hand turn into the proposed dollar store, or am I going to drive 4 or 5 blocks further north to one that's already there and is very accessible? I would drive further. However, if somebody chooses to turn left, they have to cross that traffic into the dollar store. And then, since the median is south of the dollar store, they would be driving back out across the traffic to get in the northbound lane. Twice. On a personal note, a few years ago I was involved in a hit and run on 68 around the Phillips 66 gas station. I had just looked in my rearview mirror, it's 2 o'clock in the afternoon, no traffic north or south. Car came out of the gas station, overshot its mark, slammed into my car. I wound up with a torn rotator cuff and torn bicep muscle. If this could happen on the straightaway of 68, imagine the chaos that would ensue further south. Thank you.
Thank you. Ed Thomas?
He's not here with me.
Cynthia Patterson?
Do you swear and affirm under oath and penalty of law for perjury that the testimony you're about to give is true and factual? Please state your name.
Cynthia Patterson. Thank you for hearing our appeal. I'm a member of and a treasurer of the Ranchos, a.k.a. Neighborhood Association. I want to thank the staff here in the planning department. We've bugged at them many times over the past couple of months in figuring out
the process of the appeal, what was required, how that all was put together and presented. It's been quite time-consuming and educational, but I hope I don't have to do it again. We also worked to try and do a really good video presentation for you with the sound. I actually brought in my drive and we tried it in this room and played. So why it didn't play today for you, I have no idea. But the voices that we wanted you to hear were extremely compelling voices. And there's one that didn't get read, and I don't know if you read it when it was on your monitor, but it was by Chairman Gene Sanchez that was made at the September 12th meeting when they took their vote. And I know this is de novo, and it's been confusing how to incorporate past happenings with today. But he had, at one point near the end of that session, said, "I've been sitting in this seat for 14 years, and I have never seen a denial from the Department of Transportation. Every letter that they send is a form letter saying, yes, everything's fine. Never a concern for the welfare and safety of the citizens. Yes, we have a problem. We're going to compound the problem." Quoting Alex, he says, quote, "You can't stop the development for the welfare of the residents," close quote. That's a very, very big statement to make. If you're going to put a development above the safety and welfare of the citizens. Our staff said they've met all the requirements, and it was also confirmed by Mr. Abeyta. Does that mean that just because they've met the requirements, we have to approve? I don't think so. I think we need to look at every angle of the situation that exists. That's all I have to say. Close quote by Mr. Sanchez. Thank you.
Thank you. And finally, Mr. Orlando Zesta.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear and affirm under oath and penalty of law for perjury that the testimony about you gives is true and factual? State your name.
My name is Orlando Santisteban, and well, I was prepared to say good morning or afternoon, but now it's evening. So, and we appreciate Chairman and Commissioners for hearing us this day. And well, I don't think I'll probably be the last speaker, but anyway, I still thank you. The other elected officials also, of course, you know, and Sheriff will be here. Thank you. And for all the other members that have articulated themselves this day, I appreciate their comments, and I support a lot of the comments that have been shared with this day. I'd like to, I didn't hear today, and maybe it might have been when I stepped out or something, but I guess one of the things I didn't hear, and I guess I have two questions to start off with. One of the questions is, because I travel quite a bit into Alamosa, and so I pass through Antonito and La Jara and all the way into Alamosa and all those particular areas there and around our county also. And I ask, well, until what time is this dollar store going to be open? Because we're talking about safety issues, and of course in the evenings, that makes that area just a lot unsafer. And I thank you, Gabriel, Commissioner, you know, for addressing already, you know, somewhat about the lighting in that area. And hopefully they would address that. But I guess I did hear, Chairman, did you hear about until what time that is proposed to be open?
No.
Because through the areas that I travel through, they're open till 9, 10 o'clock at night.
9 p.m.
Till 9 p.m. Okay. So
Thank you.
So see through that area, you know, 5:30, 5 o'clock, you know, there will be 4 hours that we'll be looking at, you know, in the darkness, being able to address, you know, what somewhat has already been addressed. And so my other question, I guess I had also is, those that do like to be able to patronize a business such as that, is this other dollar store closing? Is that why this one is proposed to be opening over here? Or we want 2 or 3 in our community? I don't know. Does anyone know if this other one is closing and that's why? I don't know.
There has been no testimony.
Okay. So just those questions that I had. To further on a few of my comments, I just wanted to state I grew up, well, probably 30 feet away from Taos County. I'm from the Highway 68 in Ranchos. The Ranchos Neighborhood Association has been around for many years, many years. I served as its president, for about 15 years, as Mr. Martinez stated. Then he took the helm, and then Mr. Maes took the helm, and before me there was Mr. Herrera, and so it's been around for quite a while. And so because of the Ranchos Neighborhood Association and individuals, that took on several issues in that area, we were able to, in the past, be able to lower the speed limit through Ranchos from 40 to 30 miles an hour. We were able to also improve on the flashing light, the warning light that is right behind the Ranchos Church. We were able to get them to be able to improve that. One time you could hardly see it, so they came in and put a different kind of lighting there, and that assisted, of course. We were also instrumental in being able to move the Ranchos post office also, because it was a danger to for people to be able to get through there also, because, well, if some of you remember, the backing issue into the road and just to get out of there. And so then we were also instrumental in being able to not let Ranchos have a 5-lane corridor, which the state had proposed at one particular time to be able to put as a freeway through the Ranchos area. And so many people were instrumental in being able to, not let that happen. Also, we were instrumental in being able to have the traffic lights placed there at Highway 68 and 240 and crossing over to the St. Francis little road over to the post office. We were also instrumental in being able to have them place the lights that are on Highway 68 and 250 and 518. So I'm getting close to my time here, and so I'd just like to be able to wrap up by being able to say our concerns, of course, were and is the safety and welfare of our community and the people. And we hope that you will support our concerns, as many entities did in the past. And many people thought that, well, maybe we might not need those. And now they have seen how valuable those were. So thank you again.
Thank you. Okay, that will conclude the public comments portion of this, which leads us to the planning department's presentation of the project.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. My concluding comments are going to be based on what I put in my staff report, and which I reference on page 3 and page 4 of my staff report that I submitted to you. And basically, I know a lot of the comments that were mentioned here today have to do with the traffic, and I understand completely, because I am a resident myself of this area, and I understand the concerns. However, Mr. Chairman, when I made my recommendations, what I included in my staff report is a couple of items here. Number one, if you'd like, I can read those pages into the record from pages 3 through pages 4. If you'd like, I can read that in. And that would be basically staff's closing comments. So with your permission, Mr. Chairman, I'll go ahead and do that. At the July 11th, 2018 public hearing, which was held on a special use permit, property owners within the 1,000-foot public hearing notification area expressed concerns regarding the proposed special use permit and how it would detrimentally impact traffic safety on State Highway 68 at the intersection of State Highway 15. Therefore, as a result of the testimony, the Taos County Planning Commission requested that the applicant submit an updated traffic study. As referenced earlier in this report, the applicant complied with the Taos County Planning Commission's request by submitting an updated traffic study. The staff analysis of the submitted updated traffic study, which was prepared by a civil engineer licensed in the state of New Mexico, has determined the following. Under 8, the proposed new commercial business will not negatively impact the existing traffic situation that currently exists within the vicinity of the subject property. Item B, the conditions and concerns raised at the initial public hearing on the proposed special use permit regarding the safety of the intersection at State Highway 68 and State Highway 518 are not related to the proposed site development. And then I make some references there to particular sections of the updated traffic study. And finally, item C, recommendations were made by the civil engineer that the State of New Mexico Department of Transportation make the following improvements to the intersection of State Highway 518 and Highway 68. Number 1, extend the median to prohibit left turns for traffic heading northbound on State Highway 68. Number 2, replace the existing nominal curb with barrier curb. Number 3, make provisions for southbound U-turn channelization at the intersection of State Highway 68 and State Highway 518. And then, Mr. Chairman, finally, but I also reference on the bottom of page 3 of my staff report, I say, therefore, based on the conclusions made by a licensed State of New Mexico professional traffic engineer delineated in his traffic study as referenced in items A, B, and C above, staff has made the following determinations. A, staff or the Taos County Planning Commission, or in this case, Mr. Chairman, I would change that to the Taos County Board of Commissioners, could not mandate that the expense to implement the recommended improvements to the intersection of State Highway 518 and Highway 68 be borne by the applicant due to the fact that these highways are outside the jurisdictional authority of Taos County. Item B, because the traffic safety issues at the intersection of State Highway 518 and Highway 68 are a pre-existing condition prior to the applicant requesting a special use permit to operate a commercial business. It is incumbent upon the State of New Mexico Department of Transportation to bear the expense of any improvements required to make this intersection safer. And finally, under item C, the District-wide Office of the State of New Mexico Department of Transportation has already issued an access permit to the applicant based on a previous traffic study which was done by a civil engineer licensed in the State of New Mexico. Because an access permit had already been issued for the subject property to access State Highway 68, staff has concluded that the applicant has met all of the applicable regulations and design standards mandated by the state agency. So, Mr. Chairman, when I wrote this staff report, I wrote it based on the objective facts that were prepared by a licensed state engineer who, even though he was hired by the applicant, his license is on while. So what he's certifying to you and what the state is certifying to you guys with the approval of the access permit, that the traffic situation will not get any worse. So again, Mr. Chairman, based on the objective facts that I received from the applicants, that's how I made my recommendation. So at this point, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, I stand for any questions.
Trying to absorb that last.
Yeah.
Okay. Back to Mr. Abeyta.
Okay. Anything else, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners? Okay, thank you.
Any calls for the police shall have reasonable amount of time determined to review and to present final comments.
This will be very brief. Chairman and commission members, you've heard our appeal. You've been very patient in that regard. We appreciate that. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought the staff was through. I apologize.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, point of order. If I may, I would like to refer you to letter E, which speaks about the appellee shall have a reasonable...
That's Mr. Abeyta.
That's Mr. Abeyta, Mr. Manning, representing the appellant.
You can go next.
Correct. Point of order, Mr. Manning.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, Commission members, I have no further comment.
Thank you. Mr. Manning. As you were saying.
Mr. Chairman and commission members, I can't believe you've been so patient. And we all appreciate your service as public servants. You've heard the appeal. The traffic issues are indisputable. Family Dollar would make it worse. That's a simple fact. Health, safety, and welfare they were able to construct would be compromised. That's not really debatable. The developer and consultants had the responsibility in order to get a permit approved to show that they have addressed the relevant issues. Mr. Abeyta is an expert at checking all the boxes. Mr. Simmons did a great job of doing the generic regional traffic study. They have not grappled with what needs to be grappled with in order for this to move forward. Mr. Simmons conceded that a more detailed, more focused study would be needed in order to wrestle with the relevant issues. It was not done. Yet you're asked to approve Family Dollar going in. I don't see how you can do that. I urge you to approve our appeal. The last page of our appeal includes proposed findings of fact that I'm sure Mr. Altio will caution you that you need to adopt some findings of fact that demonstrate why you disagree with the Planning Commission decision. I feel like those findings of fact and the record before you are more than sufficient to withstand any challenge that might be raised. I simply urge you to listen to the community and approve our appeal. Thank you.
Commissioners, do you wish to go to executive session at this time?
Motion to go into executive session.
I'll second, Mr. Chairman. Motion and a second to go into executive session under the exemption. Okay, that's on the agenda anyway. The exemption 10-15-1H3, allowing the deliberations of the public body in connection with an administrative adjudicatory proceeding. Clerk, call the roll.
Mr. Chairman, real quick, for the record, who is going to be present at this executive session?
I'm still here. People have been watching, I don't...
So is it just going to be the commission and the attorney and our manager, any staff on the plan?
If we need to ask them, we have that ability.
Yeah, in a situation like this, if you have questions, then you could ask staff. Obviously, you can't ask one of the parties.
Okay. Clerk, call the roll.
Commissioner Romero?
Yes.
Commissioner O'Donnell? Yes. Commissioner Blankenhorn?
Yes.
Vice Chair Gagos?
I'm still here, yes.
Chairman Bamber?
Yes. Okay, we'll go upstairs again. Somebody bring Mr. Reyes Motion to come back into open session.
So move, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
Clerk, call the roll.
Commissioner Romero?
Yes.
Commissioner O'Donnell? Yes. Commissioner Blankenhorn?
Yes.
Vice Chair Gagos?
Yes.
Chairman Bell?
Yes. Pleasure of the commission.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion. I'd like to make a motion to grant in favor of the people to deny the planning commission's approval of the family.
Mr. Chairman, if there's some clarity to that, we may come
Right. Commissioner Gallegos, I'm hearing that you said,
I think to grant the appeal in favor of the people who deny the planning commission approval of the family document.
I'll go ahead and second that motion, Mr. Chairman.
discussion. Chairman, Mr. Blankenhorn.
Yes, so, well, for my part, the safety concerns with the additional traffic are just too much to ignore. And we have heard evidence and testimony from people within the community who, although they may not be engineers, are very aware of the safety concerns, and it is an undeniable conclusion that if you add additional traffic, additional turning traffic into that already dangerous intersection without providing for any mitigations to offset these additional turns, that it is not in the best interest or in the interest of the health and welfare of the community of Ranchos, a.k.a, and that is our primary obligation here. And so I believe that any votes casted in favor of granting this appeal are based upon the evidence that we've heard today about that intersection and the evidence that was provided by the applicant that there are in fact likely to be at least another 400 turns at that dangerous intersection on a daily basis. And so I think that probably we'll see when the vote comes, but probably the collective conscience of the commission is strained by those facts and by our concern for the safety of the community. That's my statement.
I'd like to say something too. I don't feel this is the safest place for this project, which is a project someplace else. And in my expertise in emergency services, this is probably the worst place in my opinion. But basing it on my years with in the fire service and UNM-Taos. Also, there were some powerful statements, one being from Mr. Sanchez that was shown to us in evidence that he said as his comments tonight, I'm buying into what he said. And I believe that there could have been a little more things, the traffic counter going down as was reported. So there's more traffic issues than what we have on paper. I believe that Mr. Abeyta is very good with applications and representing his clients. I've said before that Alex could put on paper a plan for you to live next to your ex-wife or ex-mother-in-law, and your ex-wife married your brother, and it didn't make it work. I'm serious. Alex is that good, and I'm not saying you're not good at your traffic study or anything, but you know, that intersection's not a good intersection. That section, the road without a decel lane and everything, whether it's required or not, I'm looking from a public safety standpoint only.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask for an amendment to the motion that would include us coming back and adopting findings of fact at a future meeting?
Vice Chair Gallegos, would you accept that? Well, let's vote on, I'll second the amendment. Let's vote on the amendment. Okay. Clerk, call the roll.
Commissioner Romero?
Yes.
Commissioner O'Donnell? Yes. Commissioner Blankenhorn?
Yes.
Vice Chair Gallegos?
Yes.
Chairman Bembrook?
Yes. Now, is there any further discussion before we take a vote on the Vice Chair Gallegos' motion to uphold the appeal? And with the discussion. Hearing none, clerk call the roll.
Commissioner Romero?
Yes.
Commissioner O'Donnell? Yes. Commissioner Blankenhorn?
Yes.
Vice Chair Gallegos?
Yes.
Chairman Bembrook?
Yes.
Thank you.
Next item on the agenda is adjournment. So, all in favor say aye. Thank you all for your